Livable City, a magazine for architects, planners, designers, developers, leaders. Learn how great cities around the world make it work. Subscribe at mylivablecity.com.
Hello. Good morning or good evening or good day to all of you who are watching from different parts of the world. My name is Shyam Khandekar. I'm the chairman of DAIDA and part of the jury, which is going to judge for the DAIDA Awards. Once again, welcome for joining us. And most of you who are joining are either participating in this award or have participated in earlier years or mentoring somebody who is participating in this award. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the background of these awards. We started these awards a couple of years back because the DAIDA Foundation, which is a Dutch foundation, which has its mission to raise the quality of life for those at the bottom of the pyramid, basically decided to have these awards so that we could encourage students from around the world to actually engage in projects and take thesis projects which are more socially relevant than simply being aesthetically pleasing. So we did that, and now in the third year, every time we decided we would give a theme, and the theme further builds upon the fact that, of course, the projects, the thesis have to somehow increase the quality of life for people at the bottom of the pyramid. But at the same time, the theme also deals with something which is going around the world. So this time it is climate change. Now we have, of course, looked at climate change in a very broad way. You can, whatever you do environmentally very often has something directly related to climate change. And the jury has spent some time trying to go through your thesis. It's a lot of work, please understand. And we have tried to come to a short list of 10 participants from different parts of the world. It's a very interesting gender mix, almost equal number of men and women, but that's just coincidental. And the interesting thing is that those of you who have come on the shortlist have been following different sorts of programs, starting from urban and regional planning to landscape architecture to pure urbanism, and somebody also in sustainability issues, all sorts of different programs. So there are programs from different parts of the world, universities of different parts of the world, programs for students doing different sorts of courses, and also some of the thesis projects are in different parts of the world, again, different than the university where the thesis is being undertaken. So we have actually here projects from the continent of from the Americas, we have from Asia and Europe and Africa. So interesting set of things, and we are really looking forward to doing this. The jury who is going to judge you, I'll just tell them, name them. I'll start with Claudio Oscioli, who's a senior architect and urban planner, originally from Brazil, but now settled in Netherlands. But actually, you never know where he's settled because he's consultant to so many organizations around the world, including many different bits of United Nations. And he's presently based in Albania. That's where he's judging. He's actually logged in from. Then that's Claudio. Then you have Liesel Vivier. Liesel Vivier is also a member of the board of trustees of DAIDA Foundation. She hails originally from Zimbabwe, but is settled in Netherlands, is an architect and planner by profession, and at this moment is head of the Department of Urban Design at the new town of Almere City in the Netherlands. So also both together with Claudio, both together they have a lot of design experience in different ways of different aspects of cities. Then the third person on the jury is Anita Patil Deshmukh. She is different than the three of us, has no design background, but has a background which we three are jealous of. That she has a medical health issues background. She's a doctor and a specialist actually. But she came back after working in the States and came back to India to lead a very powerful NGO called Pukar. So she has led it for many, many years. And through Pukar, she has been involved in improving the quality of life for many at the bottom of the pyramid. And particularly also in that way of collaborating with different universities about doing different types of research in which young people from underprivileged backgrounds were allowed to take part in the research. So she will be judging it from a different way, but that's just exactly how we want it. So these jury members will be asking you questions after you have presented your things. Now, before you start, I want just to tell each participant just one thing, one request. Each of you gets 10 minutes to present her or his thesis. Make sure that in that presentation, you say something about how it affects the underprivileged. Also make sure that you say something about how it is relevant to climate change. And within the 10 minutes after you have finished, and when you present, there will be a clock on the screen. So you'll be able to see that the 10 minutes are going to expire. So please stick to your time. After that, we will ask you in 10 minutes. There's a Q&A session in which the jury can ask you questions. There is one other aspect which I want to talk about, and that is that we had asked people who participated in this competition to tell us if they had a follow-up idea, which meant that next to the thesis, if they had an idea about how actually to effectuate it, to do something on the site, etc. Not everybody has been able to give us a good answer to this. So what we have decided is that in the first 10 minutes, which you get, don't worry too much about the follow-up. First, present your case, just the thesis. In the Q&A session, those who have a follow-up, when we start, we will give you a chance to present it shortly within a minute or two. and then we'll go over to the Q&A session. I wish you all the best. And a few weeks later, we will, of course, come back with the actual awards and the financial amounts which are involved with it. Those are known to you. They have been announced, so I'll not repeat it. Let me wish you all the best. Ankit, you can. Okay, yes. So the first presenter I would like to invite is Sebastian Oviedo from Catholic University Leuven. His thesis is for the Master of Urbanism, Landscape and Planning program. I'll leave it for him to explain the title and the thesis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Sebastián Oviedo. I will be presenting my thesis, Spatializing the Communal, which I did at KU Leuven with the supervision of Professor Viviana Dauria and Jeroen Stevens. The thesis focuses on Ilaló, an inactive volcano on the eastern valleys of my home city, Quito, in Ecuador. Ilaló is one of the city's largest protected forests. It is a crucial biodiversity hub and a climate cycle regulator for the region. However, the area is increasingly threatened by suburbanization, intensive agriculture, and logging. The area of Ilaló also includes 12 comunas, or communal indigenous territories. Despite having legally recognized planning mechanisms, practices, and institutions, as well as internationally protected land rights, these communities are insistently excluded from state planning and policy making. This threatens the collective rights of comunas, creates frictions, as you can see in this protest from 2015, and jeopardizes the socio-ecological health of these territories. To amend this disconnect, then, my thesis is developed in collaborative dialogue with leaders and inhabitants of 3 of these comunas, the names of which you can see at the bottom, the areas Union, Uxil, and Pueblo Quitucara, all articulated with the country's indigenous movement, CONAIE. The first section of my thesis elaborates a cross-scalar cartographic analysis to illustrate the role of communal practices in sustaining systems of water, forest, and land. A second section uses design as an eye-opener in the ancestral community of La Togda. Building upon existing practices and ongoing transformations, the project explores strategies that the comuna can use to nurture the socio-ecological health of Ilaló, to address climate change, and to uphold their collective rights. In the first part, I looked at 3 comunas across scales. Tola Chica, where climate change has exacerbated water stress, Alangasí, where forests are contested, and La Togda, the collapsed crater of the volcano, where land systems are at the center of communal practices. Drawing from immersive fieldwork, extensive literature review, and historic cartographies, this section weaves together the scales of the ethnographic encounter all the way up to landscape structures of regional magnitude. So in Tola Chica, the cartographies begin with Fabiola, a comunera who built her makeshift laundry across the road from her home. This then helps uncover broader water practices and systems built by the comuneros to make Tola Chica inhabitable. The thesis provides evidence of how the construction of a major road in 2014 displaced comuneros above the irrigation canal, which you can see here in blue, and the potable water network. Here you can see how water ponds are communally produced as more people are displaced above the line. Water also structures ceremonial practices in this area, increasingly affected by drought. Besides building water systems, comuneros have historically ascended to Huila del Señor, a sacred tree on the summit of the volcano, to ask for the rains every year. In Alangasí, a communal cleanup day in Mamatena, a native forest remnant, acts as a gateway to look at the historical changes in livelihoods and their impacts on these forests, which are materialized here, among other things, in drinking fountains that were sculpted for cattle. Extractive and replenishing practices enter in conflict in this area. Here, eucalyptus monocultures and logging compete with communal forest uses and reforestation practices. Through historic cartographies and archival material, the thesis shows the continuities of these forest contestations with colonial and post-colonial trajectories. In La Togza, a communal assembly provides the entry point to discuss the relationship between direct democracy and land systems. Here, communal governance takes place mostly in the school. Nestled in the ravine, the school is like a stage with its amphitheater-shaped crater. The few flat areas of La Togza are used intensively. The central plateaus in Uxapamba for festivities, Paquiloma with the school hosts most assemblies, and makeshift structures and fences try to prevent privatization in Jacpi, an area that we will return to in a little bit. The three flat areas in Ilalos comunas have either been seized, privatized, or are currently under dispute. They're the ones you can see on the right. And historically, as you can see in this map from 1786, communal territories have been pushed up the slopes. As the catastrophic landslides in Comuna Santa Clara de San Millán illustrated last year, displacement has made comunas disproportionately vulnerable to the effects of climate change. The cartographies and the thesis overall thus calls attention to environmental justice and climate change adaptation as deeply entangled and urgent urban agendas in Quito. I developed the projective section of my thesis in La Togza based on a direct request for suggestions by the communal council. In 2020, parts of this communal land were illegally registered as private in the municipal cadastre, which is unconstitutional. And as a response, comuneros built a grid of microparcels and dirt roads, as you can see on the right. Makeshift structures, fences, and crops were used to assert communal presence on this site. Taking this as a starting point, the design proposes to scale up the sustainable ecosystem management practices of comunas to counter suburbanization, intensive agriculture, and logging. The thesis thus envisions how comuneros could reopen Jacpi's ravine, reclaim road runoff, and build swales or amunas on contour as the spatial armature and irrigation system of this area. Reorganizing the existing reforestation practices of comunas along these green and blue threads, La Togza can reverse land degradation, reestablish water cycles, increase biodiversity, and improve settlements. Comuneros can re-indigenize the monoculture, keeping a third of the eucalyptus as bands on contour to prevent erosion, while reproducing a more complex forest. Mobilizing the monumentality of the river canyon, comuneros can sculpt plateaus into stages for communal life, which you can see here highlighted in orange. For example, making use of their alignments with the equinox for celebrations, or positioning communal tree nurseries to set the framework for settlement. Comuneros can then embed their individual or collective dwellings within the agroforestal armature of amunas and terraces. Constructed wetlands and ponds can support community-led systems of water catchment, provision, treatment, and recycling. And communal infrastructure can be strategically placed on the safer flat areas. The thesis engages with the communal project and supports it as a more socio-ecologically sound mode of understanding and inhabiting landscapes to face the climate crisis. The question of comunas as indigenous territories in the urban is relevant at different scales. On a local level, the thesis supports their own demands for inclusion in urban and environmental planning, to develop a shared territorial agenda, and to protect the social ecologies that Ilaló, and more broadly Quito, depends on. On a larger level, this collaboration with comunas draws attention to their potential to materialize Ecuador's constitutional promises of buen vivir, the rights of nature, and the plurinational state. But comunas are also relevant on an even larger scale. They are part of the world's land currently still managed by indigenous peoples, which, although it has been reduced to only 20% of the world's surface, holds 80% of the planet's biodiversity. So the thesis proposes a form of doing urbanism and planning with the communities that are at the forefront of climate adaptation and whose rights, knowledges, institutions, and practices are crucial to face the climate crisis in an intercultural and socially just way, while specifically tackling several sustainable development goals, which I have highlighted here. The thesis fundamentally addresses the
Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you very much. Did you send in a proposal for the follow-up too?
I did submit a proposal.
Will you please take a minute or so just to explain that? Keep it short so that we can go over to Q&A.
Gladly, yes. So in a nutshell, the proposal that I submitted is about taking the content of the thesis as a stepping stone to continue this process of collaboration with the local comunas, and to collectively with them revise the content of the thesis through a series of workshops. And then based on that, to collectively produce a dissemination exhibition and presentation right here, actually, in the photo that you can see here in the School of La Toxa, together with them to engage other comunas, alternative practices, and NGOs engaged in climate action in the area, the general public, to stimulate exchange amongst comunas, but also to invite public officials to this area, which they usually do not visit, as a way to bring them into a space of dialogue and exchange and mutual understanding to facilitate precisely this inclusion of comunas in the state planning systems.
Okay, thank you. Claudio, Liesl, Anita, who wants to bite the bullet?
I would.
Anita, please.
I have two questions. Number one, you talked about privatization of the land. If you could kindly explain who were the people who got this communal land, community land? Is that the municipality or is it some other private builder sort of a thing? That's question number one. Number two, we saw a lot of cement buildings behind the people who are working on the flatting. Do they belong to the community or they belong to somebody else?
Gladly. Thank you, Anita. To answer your first question, the privatization of Hakpi, the area where I specifically developed the projective proposal, that one was privatized by private builders and landowners who had managed to register it in the municipal cadastre, which, as I was saying, is unconstitutional and violates the International Labour Organization's agreement and several other national and international agreements that protect this area from privatization, from seizure, and from alienation. That's the first one. And the second one was about the cement buildings. One of the things that's happening in many of the comunas is that livelihoods and also building culture is transforming. So it's a bit a mosaic. So in some cases, these buildings belong to comuneros, members of the community. And in other cases, they are also part of the transformation that happens with privatization of these lands. So it's a combination. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Claudio, yes.
Yeah. You spoke about communities. are we speaking about an indigenous people's community with the concept of sharing a number of language values and practices? And if so, when you spoke about the convention, the UN Convention 159, which recognized the indigenous people's rights to land, has this been ratified by Ecuador? And if you can elaborate what your project would do in order to secure that the group can consolidate their living and their livelihoods in the location where they are, given the threats, the external threats that they face at the moment.
Thank you. Yes, so regarding the first question, these are quite heterogeneous communities. So for example, the question of language has a very so there are more than 70 comunas within Quito. The presence or the maintenance of language of Quechua, which is the language of the area, as the main language, is actually not that high. But these are communities that mobilize and organize, as I was saying, within the indigenous movement. Of course, not as a monolith, not in a homogeneous way, but in a contested way. So there are forces from inside of these communities that advocate for their dissolution, at the same time that there are forces that try to defend their rights as indigenous communities and prevent them from being privatized and so on. And that's why I was mentioning the communal project. So those who advocate for the maintenance of these spaces, spaces that maintain the communal practices of direct democracy, of celebration, and of communal reciprocal production. That is what several authors have called the communal project, which is, of course, contested. Regarding your question on ILO's Convention 159, that has been ratified by Ecuador. However, a lot of practices, especially when it comes to urban comunas, counter this. So, for example, a lot of planning documents by the municipality in Quito do not include at all the delimitation of these territories. Several territories have not been delineated officially, or are delineated, for example, by one ministry, but that information does not go to the municipal planning agency, as they told me in a meeting that I had with them last year. And regarding the potential role of my thesis and my work to help them secure access to their land and to stay in place, what the thesis has tried to do is to generate cartographic knowledge. That was their main request. We have knowledge about the histories of our places. There are wonderful writings by anthropologists and sociologists that have collaborated with them, but the spatial aspect, which is absolutely crucial for the recognition as territories and not as social groups. So it's crucial to maintain their collective rights, which is associated to the land. That is the main contribution to create historical knowledge and spatial evidence of their continuity, their delimitations, their threats, and so on.
Lisa, you have any question? Otherwise, I have one.
Yes, yes. I have a question. Yes, you explained that there are sort of 3 different comuna that you studied, and that one comuna you sort of did a study in depth of that comuna and came up with suggestions for that specific comuna. Are those suggestions also sort of generic? You know, that you can take those suggestions and you can also apply them to other comunas? Or is it that each comuna will sort of have to have their own specific, will have to have their own specific solutions?
So The proposal is, let's say, spatially specific to this place, which is part of the comuna that you're seeing here, La Togda. But of course, it borrows from the in-depth analysis that I did of the 3 comunas and of the larger region. So I had the 3 case studies in the cartographic analysis that was cross-scalar. So it went from the comuna up to the region. And then I had the design that was specifically done for this one. So of course it borrows from what I saw from the practices, the forms of decision making and so on that happened in all of them, based on also these three forms of collective deliberation, production, celebration that I was saying, and on how they help sustain systems of water, forest, and land. So they're very specific because they really take the landscape conditions of this place, the specific tenure issues of this place, and so on. But I think that at the same time, as they borrow from there are transversal issues, transversal practices as well, they could be replicable. But most importantly, I think what's replicable is the process of doing design and planning and analysis with them. So I think that's what's most translatable. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's a copy-paste solution, but rather a process that can be replicated and learned from.
Okay, thank you.
One last question from me, because there's not so much time left. You talk about increasing biodiversity in the proposal for trees, etc. And you can give me a very short answer. Will that, if the strategy which you suggest, will it also increase the livelihood of the people who will help increase the livelihood of the people there?
That is the idea, of course. As I was saying, the main issues here, which attacked both things at the same time, so livelihoods and biodiversity, are intensive agriculture, monocrops, invasive eucalyptus monocultures, and logging, as well as suburbanization. And the idea is that by, on the one hand, facilitating a form of settlement that's more coherent with this area, it facilitates livelihoods. It's also integrated, for example, the outphasing of the eucalyptus monoculture is expected or desired that it can have an impact on, for example, creating opportunities for livelihoods associated with the processing of that wood, but also the strengthening of their own agroecological practices is something that they have been trying to do and are doing quite strongly as a way to improve their livelihoods. So the idea is that it would do both.
Okay, thank you. Sebastian, thank you very much. I think
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, the next candidate is, please excuse if I cannot pronounce the names properly because they're from different parts of the world, is Diana Barrera Salazar of Ain Shams University, Egypt. She has submitted this thesis as part of a Master of Science in Integrated Urbanism and Sustainable Design. It's a project about Colombia, also South America. So Diana, please step in, welcome, and present your case.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. The topic of my research is the role of bamboo in regenerative development, the case of Guada angustifolia in rural areas of Caldas, Colombia. So starting with the research overview, and in the framework of the current climate crisis, it's important to note that bamboo forest as a renewable natural resource can be both climate change mitigators due to its ecosystem services, such as the carbon sequestration, and also a community builder by providing an alternative livelihood to vulnerable rural communities. Bamboos are mainly located in the tropic and subtropic areas of the world, where Asia has or is the major producer of bamboo. However, in the Americas, even though there is a big potential to be part of this market, in Colombia, for example, the participation is only 0.1% in the global market. Colombia has the second greatest diversity of bamboos in the Americas, and this is represented by up to 24 native species discovered so far, where Guada angustifolia is the most relevant and the one that I'm going to be focusing for my research. Guada is mainly located in the coffee region, which is composed by 3 provinces, where Caldas is the province with the second largest amount of guava forest hectares. However, is also where the highest fragmentation of this forest is, and where the rural poverty index is the highest. So what I wanted to do with my research was to understand how this narrative development that guava forests are going through are represented in its lack of value and deterioration can be changed towards a more regenerative development by discovering what could be the role of bamboo in this transition. So the research question for this research was, what can be the role of guava in promoting regenerative development in rural areas of Caldas, Colombia? For this, I had 3 main objectives. The first one was to know what were the historical dynamics and dimensions around this resource, then explain what are the current dynamics, and finally explore how these dimensions and dynamics can promote regenerative development in Caldas. My research was a qualitative research, and the strategies were mainly desk research and case study. Moving on, and very quickly talking about the theoretical framework, it was very important for me to know or to discover how concepts such as conventional development have been the cause of the current climate crisis, and also how this crisis is affecting vulnerable rural livelihoods. And then how this role of bamboo can, more than climate action and mitigation, also be an alternative rural livelihood provision. For this, I use a theoretical framework called regenerative development that has 4 dimensions: ecological, sociocultural, economic, and institutional. Moving on to the case study, and as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to be focusing on Caldas as a province, and as you can see in the map, the vast amount of guava forests are located in the Cauca River Basin, where 95% is natural and 5% is cultivated. What do we know about guava is that it's the 3rd biggest bamboo in the world. It can grow up to 30 meters. It has a really high rate growth that is represented in its lifespan, where we can harvest it after 4 or 6 years of being cultivated. So it was very important for me to understand what was the historical background and the relationship between Caldas and guava. For this, I discovered that in the pre-colonial period, where the Quimbayas, the original inhabitants, used to use this resource for almost everything, ranging from objects to construction, and how throughout the centuries, coming to the 20th century, most of the natural guava forests have been replaced by crops such as coffee. And coming to the 21st century, how, for example, in the ecological dimension, guava, even though it has this significant carbon sequestration capacity, it has a really high rate of deforestation. In the social dimension, how, even though it has been used for construction mainly, now it has a negative sociocultural perception as a material of the poor. In the economic dimension, to know that even though there is a value chain established in the province, there is still a low participation in the local, national, and global market. And finally, in the institutional dimension, how, even though it is part of the National Building Code, it is still classified as a forest species, so this limited its use for sustainable construction. Moving on to the methodological framework, and for the primary data collection, I use first a semi-structured interviews collection method. I interview 8 local experts ranging from architects, designers, producers, and sellers of guava. And I also conducted a focus group with 21 rural community members from different parts of Caldas. The data processing was based mainly in two steps. The first one was dividing the information in past, present, and future connected to the objectives and the 4 dimensions provided by the framework. And secondly, I use Atlas TI as a qualitative analysis tool that allowed me to create semantic networks between the information collected. So the findings that this analysis gave me were also based on the objectives. So first, talking about the past, even though Guadua was still considered an important part of the landscape identity, there wasn't enough local knowledge to recognize its value, and that's why it ended up considered wood for the poor, and also how the advance of hillside agriculture started replacing these forests. In the present, even though academia, local stakeholders have been developing some research and innovative techniques and designs to keep using sustainable Guadua as a sustainable material, there is still a lack of articulation between the stakeholders, and also outdated laws, taxation, and corruption surrounding the permits to harvest Guadua has been limited its use as a local and alternative livelihood for rural communities. But finally, for the future, amongst all the interviews, they agreed that Guadua is still a determining factor for regenerative development in Caldas. Moving on to the conclusions and answering to the research question, I figured that the role of Guadua to promoting regenerative development in rural areas of Caldas could be in the 4 dimensions. In the first one, contributing to the ecological restoration of deteriorated areas through its high generation characteristics and ecosystem services provision. Also promoting the sociocultural appropriation to natural resources, and this could be also including new generations. Thirdly, leveraging the local economy as an alternative livelihood for local communities that can harvest, process, and transform this natural resource in a sustainable way. But all of this has to be accompanied with an improvement in the current legislation that will allow to use this resource in a more sustainable way. I also developed a set of recommendations based on the same dimensions. The first one in the ecological will be to develop and update the inventory of Guadua forest in Caldas, because it's hard to keep a record of the fragmentation if there is no following up on this inventory. In the social side, to encourage the self-worth value on this, could be by educational tourism and other strategies. In the economic dimension, including the construction industry in this scheme where Guadua can be also a sustainable construction material. And finally, in the institutional, changing the classification of Guadua from forestry to agroforestry species. I also propose for the research, the first topic is based on the fragmentation of Guadua forest in Caldas. The second one is the compilation of ancestral knowledge of Guadua, and this could be an open database with both the local knowledge developed by rural communities, but also academia and industry. The third one will be developing a circular economy scheme throughout inside the rural communities, assessing how these schemes could work. And finally, it will be very important to know how these corruption networks around Guadua permits are working and how these bureaucratic processes can be dismantled. Thank you so much for listening, and looking forward to your feedback and questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana, for taking us through your thesis just in 10 minutes. And I would like to start by asking you if you had submitted a follow-up proposal, and if yes, what that is.
Yes. Thank you so much. So as I mentioned, one of for the research that should be conducted is the fragmentation of Guadua forest in Caldas. And for this, what I proposed is a follow-up project where we can create this updated inventory using or having 4 activities. The first one will be conducting a field research to identify the location and status of this guava forest together with local stakeholders and experts. The second one will be taking this information to create a geo-localized database using tools such as GIS and Python. For thirdly, design an open database that could be consulted through a website or an app. And finally, all of this information that we're going to collect will facilitate the early warnings for deforestation in guava forest, and also could encourage to create guava caretakers on the ground that could be composed by rural communities in Caldas. So that's like the big picture of what the follow-up should look like.
Thank you so much. Jury members. Anita, Liesl, Claudio. Liesl, please.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, because one of the things that you said is that legislation around the use of bamboo, that should be improved, or that's sort of one of your recommendations, is to improve sort of the legislation around the use of bamboo. What can you give an indication of, you know, in what areas you think the legislation should be improved?
Yes, of course. Thanks for your question. I think it's very relevant. So during the research, I discovered, also looking into the historical background, that when the local authorities in the 70s realized that guava forests were starting to disappear, they decided that they needed to create a law that protect guava forests, declaring them a forestry species protected. So this was back in the 70s. They thought that bamboos were trees. They didn't know that it was a giant grass. So they thought that they really needed to take care of this resource. But now, with all the research and all the new innovation that academia has brought, this law should be reevaluated to see how guava could be harvested and managed in a sustainable way. So it's to find like a middle ground between protection, you know, like trying to stop that they get rid of bamboo or guava because they don't see any value on it and they prefer to have coffee crops or kind of agricultural products instead of this, and to change it to agroforestry product. And in this way, guava could become a natural renewable resource also as an alternative livelihood for rural communities. So they can have together coffee, guava, and bananas if they want to, because bamboo then could be harvested and used as a new income into this. So this is the legislation that I think, or that the research showed me that it should be updated with the new knowledge that we have about bamboo and specifically about guava.
Okay, clear answer. Thank you.
Welcome.
Claudio, anything?
My question is more about the scale of the use of bamboo, as you explore the assets in terms of preservation related to climate change, the harvesting and recovery of forests, of the green coverage. And bamboo has a number of qualities in terms of crop time, resistance, and, you know, in Colombia is used, and one could expect that it could be even used more in terms of housing production, as you see in some parts of Asia. What is that you did? My question is, did you consider looking from an angle of going to scale in the crop, in coverage, and providing, let's say, alternatives for improving housing conditions of the population living in areas where bamboo is actually available in native form?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for your question. Yes, so I think, I don't know if you have heard, but bamboo is like the 1,000 uses plant. So you can do almost everything with bamboo, from construction to even eat the sprouts. So what have been said about the use of bamboo is really large, let's say, research on this. So that's why I didn't went in depth on this, but it's important to know that bamboo can be useful in a sense from the beginning, from being planted and harvested to the uses that it could have. So, for example, as you mentioned, for rural communities, it could be a livelihood in different ways. The first one will be that there are some initiatives that promote the forest that can store large carbon amounts in their stems. And those kind of initiatives can also, let's say, give some kind of recognition, financial recognition to the rural communities. So that will be one use as an alternative livelihood. The second one will be, of course, the value-added products. So it could be from objects to construction as well. And in Colombia, we have tried this several times to use guava as the main construction material for social housing, both rural and urban. But we have two limitations for this. The first one, as I mentioned, the laws or the regulations to harvest guava are very strict. So in the end, even though it is abundant and more or less is cheap in comparison to our materials, all the permits and transport costs and so on are making it not that cheap and not that viable for construction. The second one is the sociocultural perception. And as I also mentioned, since this is so abundant and has been used for so long for rural construction and even for some informal settlements at the beginning, there is this conception that is a wood for the poor. So even though if you promote housing made by guava and, with really good rates and how this could be a sustainable material and so on, the sociocultural perception of some communities is that this is the wood for the poor. So they will go first for using concrete and iron and other kind of materials instead of bamboo. So this has to be, there is a big range of uses that guava could have as a rural livelihood, as an alternative rural livelihood, but we need to work on all these areas before we jump to promoting it as a construction material. And I hope with this I answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no specific question. Anita, you have anything?
I just have one question. Diana, bamboo roots are known to hold large amount of water. So at least in many parts of India, especially in southern India, they're used for increasing the groundwater levels. It also can be used as a carbon credits for many European countries. Have you considered that?
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. So yes, part of what I was mentioning before is that in the first use that guava could have as a alternative livelihood is participating in these carbon sequestration markets internationally, because they will be the ones that will encourage local rural communities to protect the forest and the ecosystem services that guava provides. And also, as you can see, for example, in this picture, most of the guava forests are located in the water basins because it helps to avoid erosion and water slides. So it is also very important, not only in terms of how it could be an alternative livelihood for rural communities, but also how it could help them to avoid any climate hazards or emergency, because there are a lot of crops and houses that are located in the rivers in the water side rivers. So having guava in this sense, protecting them from this kind of climate hazard is also very, very important. So yes, I think that is very important to consider both benefits that guava and bamboo in general provides to protect the ecosystem, but also protect the communities that live in it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next participant. Thank you again.
Thank you.
The next participant is Mayuri Gokulkar from the BNCC, Pune in India. And she has submitted this thesis, which she'll present to us in the program of Master in Landscape Architecture. So Mayuri, the floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Mayuri Gokulkar, and my topic is healing the landfills for communities, landscape planning and design strategies for buffer zones for mitigating the effects of ongoing landfill site at Ururi Devachi, Pune. Narrating wastes. Urbanization, growing industries lead to infinite waste generation and its unplanned disposal. Somehow we manage to get rid of in natural open areas such as river banks, abandoned quarries, and hillocks. These wastelands have the capacity to restore a sustainably ecological infrastructure to cater the urgency of climate change, livelihood, and livability of the people around. The proposal's approach is to analyze the life around the landscape of an urban waste site with special emphasis on land as an ecological resource. The main objective is to identify the special locations of Ururi Devachi landfill site and its surroundings with respect to exposed environmental pollution and degradation, and to give possible design policies and guidelines for affected nearby surroundings to reduce its current negative impact. The scope will focus on functioning and system of garbage disposing site, and the limitation of the site would be up to 1.5 kilometer radius, landfill site being at the center. Now we come down to the understanding of the region. The landfill site is situated in Pune city, approximately 20 kilometers from the main city area. It is a 163 acres abandoned stone quarry site, and the total number of villages affected due to the landfill sites are 6, catering to Hadapsar, Autadwadi, Handewadi, Fursungi, Ururi Devachi, Shewarewadi, and Mantarwadi. Talking of the issues, the peak summers are experienced from April to May, which cater high threat of fire followed by smoke, and the odor spread coming from the southwest winds. The villages are highly affected by the odor, smoke, and also the air pollution gets worse, through which the people experience breathing issues and reduction in visibility. Followed by the heavy showers from July to September. It poses high threat of heavy leachate percolation, contaminating groundwater, agricultural soil, thus impacting the health and livelihood of the people. The post-monsoon effect is followed by dominance in population of rodents, snakes, and pests. So there is an imbalance with the local flora and fauna and the ecosystem. The aquifer present near the landfill site is contaminated with excess leachate compounds. The natural stream, has now become a nala, which abruptly terminates due to overdevelopment and encroachment. The vegetation pattern seen is divided into 6 categories: the scrubland, barren land, caping vegetation, agriculture, landfill garden, and the riparian zone. The vegetation caters to savanna type, medium canopy trees, low conifers, ornamental garden plants, and agricultural plants. The road network, Katras Bypass Highway is an important road linkage. There is no access to the site in particular. And as you can see in the images, the vegetation is totally absent in the study area. After analyzing all the natural and the man-made parameters, now I come down to my synthesis map where the legacy waste poses a threat, being a critical fringe between the residential area and a railway network line. The scrublands and the grasslands are the opportunities which can be developed ecologically restored. The ornamental garden is a weakness here because it has been planted with a lot of invasives and non-natives. After considering all the issues and how people are associated with the landfills, I have come down to framing of the policies in sections, in zones of agriculture, water systems, and introduction of shelter belts. So we start with the agricultural land. The main objective here is to remove the soil pollutants from the agricultural fields, increase the soil productivity, reduce soil erosion by winds, and create microhabitats. As you all know, the landfills, the complexity of the landfills changes as per the seasonality. The policies framed are also according to the seasonalities. So we start with the pre-monsoon season. Firstly, with modification of the agricultural land to
Yeah, do you have the sorry for interruption on the screen?
So now I come down to the policies for the agricultural land. So rainwater management for agricultural land through recharge of pits, planting of crops that remediate contaminants, and desiltation and planting of crops that require less water. So now we look into the policies for the Nala. Preparation of Nala for the monsoon, removal of invasives, and improve floodgates wherever necessary. Preparation of Nala for the monsoon by installation of drain nets. And in an inactive stage, we need to identify the natural cascades, if any, provisions to be made for the introduction of natural cascades. The third policy caters to the canal, Mutha Right Bank Canal, which flows into the influence zone. In pre-monsoon season, again, removal of invasives and stabilizing the slope with plantation of 5 to 7 meter width of green belt on both the sides of the canal, and installation of floating landscapes. This will focus on cleaning the water through phytoremediation, desalination, and rainwater collection by means of irrigated productive floating gardens. The main vegetation species for riparian belt for Nala and canal would have characteristics of dust and smoke tolerant, dense foliage, broad leaves, evergreen, dry deciduous, local habitat, pollinator friendly, shade giving, hardy, and climatic adaptation. As you can see, the yellow cans represent the producers of food for bees, birds, and butterflies. And red cans are the cleaners through which they will clean the surface water through rhizofiltration technique. The third policy caters to the proposal of shelter beds for agricultural land. Main objective is protection of crops, livestock, and home, reduction of soil erosion, and selection of species should be locally native species which have higher survival rate, provide value habitat for local flora and fauna, and which are fast growing. The second shelter belt policy would be for all the road network. The main objective is to filter air pollutants from ongoing landfill site, odor control, and reduce heat island effect. Selection of species should have greater ecological value. The species should be tolerant to pollution. The species selected for agricultural shelter belts and the roadside shelter belts should be dust and smoke tolerant, dense foliage, broad leaves, evergreen, dry deciduous, local habitat. The species selected here are specifically beautiful blooming, which have colorful foliage and which have beautiful bark. So this is the master plan proposed with a minimum of 50 meters shelter belt for the buffer, with a buffer zone of 50 meters all along the periphery of the landfill site to cut off the immediate surroundings. This is the on-spot mitigation strategy that will work out here. Now we come down to the zone-wise development of the shelter belts, depending upon the criticality of the zone. Zone 1 is the critical zone because it is highly exposed. The landfill is directly exposed to the residential and the railway connecting lines. So the selection of species here is of higher survival rate. Second phase is with the fragrance to cut off the odor. The third phase is of shade giving because of the recreational area proposed. And the last stage is to development of zone with habitat creation. So the outcome of my project is catering to SDG goal number 6, 11 and 13. 6 to to improve the quality of life around the landfills, bringing back the livelihood of the farmers, and ecologically various stratified layers of vegetation, improving the environmental cycles, and catering to these 3 SDGs, and addressing such derelict wastelands. Framing ecological approach would be the first step to mitigate the negative impacts of the site. I would like to conclude with the Chinese proverb, keeping a green tree in your heart, and perhaps a singing bird will come. Thank you.
Mayuri, thank you for your presentation. Interesting topic, without doubt. I'm sorry for that interruption, the technical interruption, which obviously was no fault of yours. I'll start again by asking the question which I asked the other candidates. Did you have a follow-up project? And if yes, what was it?
Yes, I did have a follow-up. So as you can see, urbanization and overgrowing of industries leads to infinite development of waste generation. So this type of waste is transported to some other rural or semi-urban areas where they are where we find heaps of unsightful images of garbage lying in here and there, and the communities residing those landfill sites are highly impacted. So this is a model where I would like to replicate by introducing the shelter belt techniques, or by introducing the floating landscape techniques, and improving the agricultural land and replenishing the groundwater. So these are silent landscape techniques which can be followed up to any other site area, and which can cater, this could be a pilot project or a design model which can be replicated to any other landfill area, considering the following factors.
Okay.
And in this particularly socially sensitive topic, I think public participation is the key aspect, and regenerative landscape strategy is the key aspect while working out the model.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw that Anita wants to ask a question, right, Anita? Anita? Anita, you're on mute.
I think we lost her.
No,
I don't see her either.
I can see her. I can.
Yeah.
Anita?
No, I have no question. Thank you very much.
You have a question. Okay. Okay. Mayuri, okay. Claudio and Lisu, do you have a question?
You spoke about water management, and in the end, you you introduced your idea of bringing new techniques with pilot projects. And you mentioned quite a number of issues on what you call the kind of master plan. They even consider the livelihood of farmers. And then you spoke about waste in the end. What is the major challenge that you see in transforming this into, I would say, an environmentally improved area that can give some directions to both environmental and livelihood improvement?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the main challenge here is to improve the quality of the soil for agricultural fields. Earlier, people used to produce good amount of agricultural produce here, but now due to leachate population and plastic particles found in the soil, they are unable to produce a good amount of agricultural produce. So they have shifted their occupation, they have completely changed their livelihood patterns and shifted to other areas. So this is a critical challenge where you address the environmental stability here and bring back the agroeconomics into the scenario and get back the livelihood of the people. So by creating bunds and proposing native species which will create local flora and fauna and would give alternative to income to the farmers. So that will be the key aspect here, although it is challenging, but yes, to start with it, provision of shelter bed would be the first step to cut off the surrounding from the landfill, and that would be the first key step wherein you can start with slowly stabilizing the soil, slowly bringing up the water levels up, and having a clean water for the communities.
But the level of contamination, I don't know, maybe I missed that, but for how long this has been used as a dump site, and how many layers we have of storage of waste of different types, which certainly has contaminated even the underground water. So timeline is critical here. So have you factored the timeline in the actions and suggestions and the study that you made? Because I did not see the variable timing when you presented.
Yes, so the history of dumping lasts for last 30 years. So definitely like notable amount of damage has already been made to the surrounding villages, to the surrounding landscapes. So it will take definitely a year of 15 years to 20 years life time span to get back to the original state. So yeah, I mentioned the zone-wise planning for the shelter belt policies, but since the damage is at a greater intensity lasting for 30 years, it will definitely take a time span of say 15 to 20 years plan.
So suppose I just add on to that question. If I get you right, your master plan suggests strategies for the surrounding, so that the effect of this wasteland for the villages around it is mitigated, right? And and obviously some other positive. But the wasteland itself will remain a wasteland in your master plan. Is that right? For innumerable number of years, or do you?
No. Yeah. Huh? So as you can see in the picture, this is the legacy waste, that is the mountain of garbage that has been dumped for last 30 years, which I have not taken into the scope. So there is already a recreational park and reclamation of land in the development plan, and already things have started moving with respect to a recreational proposal of recreational park here. So that is not the focus of my project. I have catered to the surrounding areas.
Okay, but did you show that particular area is being just now redeveloped by the city?
Yes.
Is that being done by the city of Pune, or the municipal authorities?
Yes, it is in the development plan. It is in progress.
Okay. Actually, do you not think that basically the location where this thing, if we will need wastelands, waste dumps, because we are creating enormous waste. But the choice of the location itself should be will be very important to decide what damage it will be doing to the surroundings, isn't it? But very often
Yes.
the choice is made simply based on availability of a place instead of some other considerations like the wind coming from there, etc., or the water issues, etc.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
Claudia, sorry.
Just a quick question. Did you look at different case studies or experiences similar? Because I remember visiting in Seoul, in Korea, a very big recovery areas in the same directions as you suggest, including one connected to the Olympic Games. And also in Rotterdam, there was one in a smaller scale, but with the same proposal of reusing the site and let it rest there with a landscape architecture intervention, and gradually hoping that the soil will decontaminate by a number of interventions, by purifying the air and getting the known the type of waste that does not perish. So did you look at it in order to think about?
Yes, so I did 3 case studies with respect to my thesis topic. One was from the architect Peter Latz, Ariel Sharon Park, which is located in Israel. The other one is Gorai Dumping Park in Mumbai, and the third one is the Jinkao landscape in China. So all these case studies are catered towards the reclamation of the actual landfill site and not the surrounding areas. So I did not get a direct case study where it will address the community problems, where it will address the agricultural problems, the water problems. So that the particular case study I could not find, but the case studies which I went through, they were directly focusing on reclamation of the landfill site into a recreational or an urban level park. So these are the strategies where I have proposed a buffer belt or the shelter belts. These are the provisional norms, or you can say provisional laws, which few countries have laid down for future landfills. So if you want to create a landfill, you have to leave a 50-meter buffer zone and then propose another land use activity. So these were the few of the provisional laws that I looked into. But in India, as such, there are no norms currently made. So that was the base that I took from the research articles.
Anita, you want to say something? I can see it.
No, I'm trying to reduce the noises outside of my office. Just trying to tell them to.
Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
I think, Lisa, do you have a question? Otherwise, we will.
I'm not sure how much time we still have.
If you have a question, please pose it.
Okay, just a very short question, because one thing I was wondering about, you have sort of many ideas, or you present many ideas in which you can mitigate the different aspects of the pollution. And I was wondering, have all of these ideas been tried and tested somewhere else, or are some of the things that you suggest, are they sort of new that haven't been tried or tested somewhere else?
Yes, they have been tested. So I proposed one floating landscapes concept here for the cleaning of surface water of the canal. So this was taken from the Balmuri Associates US architects. They have tested this particular model where the industrial sewage is going into the rivers and ultimately into the oceans. So they have created this is the picture taken from their website as well. So they have created such a small unit of floating landscape, which they have tried, wherein they are testing the species particularly, which will through rhizofiltration technique, the roots of the species will clean the surface water. So this particular concept has been tried and tested in US, but currently in India, it is a new concept. So I have not found anyone testing this particular concept in India.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayuri.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking us through your thesis. We'll go to the next person now. Ankit? Okay. So welcome Priscilla Namwanye from Technical University of Delft in the Netherlands. And her thesis has been presented as part of the program MSc in Architecture, Urbanism, and the Building Sciences. Priscilla, welcome, and please take us.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Priscilla Namwanje, and I'll be presenting my thesis titled The New Informal. I would like to begin by introducing Kampala, which is my hometown, and the capital city of Uganda, that's a country in the eastern part of Africa. Kampala is what you would describe as a primary city because with just over 1% of the total country's area, it hosts majority of the commercial and industrial services. As a result, Kampala has experienced what you'd call a population explosion over the recent decades, as people try to move to it in search of better services. This urban growth, however, has majorly been informal and manifests most clearly in the housing sector, where informal settlements are home to over 60% of the total population of Kampala. Because of the limited space for urban expansion, you find that these informal settlements inhabit environmentally sensitive areas such as the wetlands. So what do you get when spatial planning failure meets climate change? Flooding. Currently, Kampala floods every single time it rains. However, flooding is not a problem, but the consequence of the problem. In order to understand the issue, it has to be traced from Kampala's planning history. And what this planning history reveals is essentially a twofold problem. First is the non-implementation of urban plans. There have been quite a plethora of planning schemes post-independence. However, none of these have been implemented. As a result, the spatial segregation, which was inherited from colonial times, continues to persist. So for the purposes of this research, the planning process, in other words, what is proposed, was called the formal practices. And the planning outcome, in other words, the reality on ground, was called the informal practices. So the issue at hand is that the formal and informal practices run parallel to each other with conflicting and uncoordinated efforts towards tackling the city's challenges. The new informal, therefore, sought to create a strategic framework that can combine formal and informal practices and therefore lead to effective planning implementation. So First, the focus was primarily on flood resilience in wetlands and took the case of an achievable wetland, which is the main environmental asset within the city. In order, also an achievable wetland was chosen because it illustrates the heart of the issue. On one end, the city wants to turn it into a central urban park, but this has not been brought to fruition 10 years on. However, in the meantime, informal settlements continue to inhabit and expand in achievable wetland. So the formal practices were retrieved from multiple planning and policy documents of the City Council and the Environmental Management Authority. The scales onto which these formal practices happen were also established from the national scale, the urban scale, the division scale, the ward, and the zonal scale. So the framework for the formal practices included the scales on one axis, and then the institutions, their policies, and the spatial actions deriving from these policies. For the informal practices, these were retrieved through observation of the two informal settlements that inhabit the wetland. Scale of these informal practices was also identified from the scale of the house to the courtyard, to the street, and to the neighborhood. The dimensions in which these practices occur was also noted. Some are spatial, some are economic, some are social, and some are political. So the framework for the informal practices included their scales and these dimensions. In combining the practices, it required to combine the frameworks. Let me just offer clarity on this diagram. So we have the formal practices that exist from the national to the zone scale and majorly within the political dimension. Then we have the informal practices that exist from the neighborhood down to the house scale and primarily between the socioeconomic and spatial dimensions. In the first quarter of the framework, we have the institutions. In the second, their goals. In the third, the on-ground initiatives. And in the fourth, local actors. Currently, the only link that exists is between the institutions and their goals. But through this framework, their goals can be attached to on-ground initiatives, and these on-ground initiatives can be made the responsibility of local actors, which local actors can be incorporated in the institutional governance frameworks. A simple example is the Environmental Management Unit of the City Council produces a city environmental plan, which outlines that there should be upgrading of drainage channels. Activities on ground such as streets being turned into drains, access bridges, and waste filters are some of which can help in the upgrading of these drainage channels. And these activities could be made the responsibility of shopkeepers who would respond to the Secretary of Environmental Protection at the zonal level, who would then report to the Environmental Management Unit. So I hope that the image is a bit more clear. So the next stage involved communicating this knowledge to relevant stakeholders, and this happened in a workshop. First was to turn these practices into patterns. And then in this workshop, which was attended by representatives from the City Council, as well as representatives from the local communities, patterns were deliberated against and also voted or prioritized depending on people's interests and people's understanding of these patterns. There was also an opportunity for the residents or the participants of the workshop to identify where these patterns would best be implemented within their neighborhoods. So the result of this was a pattern language of flood resilience practices within the achievable wetland. In order to develop the spatial vision for the achievable wetland, it was important to translate these patterns into design knowledge. So the first step was to group these patterns into 12 guiding principles. And then it's these principles that were used as building blocks in order to develop a spatial vision for the achievable wetland. Each principle then has a set of patterns that would guide towards its implementation. Furthermore, using the framework, similar or related patterns and principles that would be necessary for the implementation of that principle would be identified. For example, which institutions, which policies are needed, and most importantly, which people or which departments are responsible for the implementation of this specific principle. Cities such as Kampala and others of the same kind are not short of urban plans. There's quite a number of urban planning schemes and designs. The challenge that they face is the implementation of these designs, so that as future urbanists from the Global South, we are tasked with the responsibility of not only innovating urban designs, but also ways in which they can be implemented. So the new informal was one way to address this issue through the case of wetland management in Kampala, Uganda. Thank you very much.
Priscilla, thank you very much. Can you first take a minute or so to explain if you had a follow-up application? And if yes, what it was?
Yes, please. So my follow-up project is called Just Engage, and it's about achieving spatial justice through better community engagement. It focuses particularly on the workshop stage of this research. Because the process of the pattern language methodology is very iterative, some of the elements that were developed, for example, the framework, was developed post the workshop. So this would provide an opportunity to test the tool of the framework, but also to engage the intermediary actors, such as the NGOs and the civil society, who are not mentioned in the formal and informal discussion. So they would be able to also participate in the workshop, and we could test and see how they affect the workings of this framework. Furthermore, the discussion would be broadened to cover environmental sustainability on a whole, specifically with issues of energy and water, which are central to climate change in a city like Kampala. And the output would be pattern languages translated perhaps in the local dialect. So it would be nice to see how that would affect spatial planning processes within the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Liesel, would you like to ask a question?
Yes.
You were quite excited.
Yes, please. Thank you, Priscilla, for your presentation. If I understand you correctly, then you say there are there is policy or to address the flooding, but the problem in a way is that in the informal, what you're suggesting is that informally people must take steps to implement the policy in very simple ways, and you give sort of examples as to how that can happen. You know, like a shopkeeper must make a little bridge in front of where there's a gully in front of his shops, right? Is that correct?
Yes, but maybe what I would say is it's not just the informal, it's both sides. So the policy exists within the formal, and the actions exist within the informal. So here it's how to bridge. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And if the actions exist in the informal, then my question is, if the action is in the formal, then it's very clear that the city council and the municipality must bring up the finances in order to pay for, that the policy gets implemented. But if the action is in the informal, I was wondering, how will that be financed? Because I assume then that the people on the ground, the people living in the street or the shopkeepers on the street, that they have to do something like to prevent the flooding. But will they have to pay for that out of their own pockets? Or is your suggestion that the municipality sort of finances them so that they can implement can actually realize the things?
Yes. Ideally, the municipality should provide financing for such a project. But realistically speaking, that is not necessarily a priority. So currently, people are inhabiting the wetlands and they have made it work, if I should say. They are able to survive, live here, go to school, and have maybe not the ideal life, but as they can sustain their livelihoods. So the issue at hand is that the former or the city council sort of turns a blind eye to that and proposes that there should be a general, something of a park, like a central park for the city in this area, because they don't see how people living in this area and the park could coexist. So it's a matter of creating bridges. People are already doing this work on their own because they live here. So they're already putting the bridges there over the drains. They're already building their houses on stilts, just make it livable for them. But then how do these actions relate to the plans that the city has? And so how can we bridge it so that these actions are following a strategic plan, and then we can still have the urban park and the people living here at the same time?
Okay, thank you.
Claudio, please.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Priscilla, Uganda has the national urban policy. It has the national land policy. It even has a national slum upgrading policy. Throughout the years, many policies, and compared to other neighboring countries, Uganda has always had a very well-defined governance system where at the moment more and more decentralization is taking place.
Mm-hmm.
But in Kampala, as in many primate cities in Africa, informal urbanization continues and people access whatever piece of land they have to find a location in the city. That's where they earn their income. What we know in Kampala is that this coexistence of the Milo land with the Roman-based property rights regime on land creates quite a huge bottleneck for people to access land. The result is that land that should not be occupied end up being occupied. And this will never stop if we do not address the issue of land. The second part is, so have you considered looking more in depth about how the land issue play a role in what you call the interaction between formal and informal in the city? Have you considered that? Because are you there?
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So my question was, did you consider the question of land when you spoke about this interface between formal and informal, because you focus more on this spatial planning, including the patterns, 12 patterns that you identify based on which you design those principles. So my question is, to which extent, and if you could explain a bit more, these principles help you to solve the informality that seems to be dominant? And as you said, the flooding is just the consequence of something else that is happening, particularly the land occupation, where the water, when you have rain, it has to go somewhere. And if the surface is occupied, it finds location where flood takes place. I don't know if my two questions were clear, but I kind of got puzzled by your, this is an area of work that I'm doing, and I'm working in Uganda, so that's why.
Yes. I would first like to begin with the issue of informality. I don't believe informality is something to be solved, but rather something to work with, because it has become in itself its own mode of urbanization. And a lot of the policies that you've mentioned, indeed, there's quite a number of policies that have been produced within Kampala. They are not produced fast enough to catch up with how fast the city is growing, but are also rooted in very Western ideals, which is something I discovered while I went through these policies. And some of these structures just simply cannot work. And when this is discovered, it's too late in the process. The plans have been produced and it's time to implement, and nothing can start because it was not taken into consideration the reality on ground. So this thesis was trying to show that informality can be worked with alongside the formal. We have to appreciate that this is the main mode of urbanization for cities like Kampala, and so far it's working for the people who live in it. So then how can we pick inspiration from this, and how can we pick ideas from the informal sector, and how can those be then used within the formal planning? There was an issue you raised about tenure. Indeed, I cannot pretend to have even addressed it because it's a very complicated issue, the land tenure system within Kampala. However, what the ideas put forth in this thesis are working with what exists. So there are issues of land ownership that would have to be addressed from the city council, but there are also issues of land ownership that are extremely informal and so can be addressed through working with these informal practices. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, and how about these guiding principles that you design based on these patterns that you analyze? To which extent you believe that this will help solve the problems of accepting informality just because it's predominant way of which urbanization is taking place in many places of the world does not mean that this is a good thing for everybody, because there is a cost for those who live there and a cost for the city. So accept that it's nice and romantic, fine, but people remain without sewage, without water, without housing, living on flying toilets in the case of slums of Nairobi, and in Kampala is not so different. So we need to address that and not accept per se that because it's dominant. So the pattern, to which extent you believe those principles will help you to find that bridge?
Okay, so the development of the guiding principles was an output of the workshop, because in the workshop, the last stage involved us trying to brainstorm and see how these patterns can be identified and implemented in their neighborhoods. But it became clear that it's just too many patterns and too many issues to be addressed. So the guiding principles were for the purpose of building a vision, a spatial vision. So it was for the purpose of design, translating these patterns into design. Then in regards to the patterns come from what already exists. It's not to say that these informal settlements should continue in the way that they are. In fact, in the way that they are, they have a high flooding risk, as mentioned earlier in the presentation. So it's to see how are people coping with this risk, and then how can the city come in, as opposed to turning a blind eye as if these informal settlements do not exist and proposing plans that will never be implemented. How about we see what's good in it, and then use it? Yes.
All right. Thank you. Sorry to drill you. I just wanted to go deep on the subject since you triggered the fire.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a very difficult, very difficult subject to tackle. I think we all understand. So it's interesting that you're trying to find a way out of it by doing certain things. So greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. We will have the next presentation now. And I'm going to suggest that after the next one, we take a 5-minute break, simply because Ankit, the next one will be the 5th person. So after that, if you can have a 5-minute break. Ankit, will that be okay? Okay. So let me now welcome the 5th presentation, presenter Sanket from Manipal School of Architecture in India. And he has submitted this thesis as part of his MArch Urban Design and Development. So Sanket, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll share my screen once. Okay. Yeah. Hi everyone. So my thesis is on resilient tourism circuit design for Tonsai region in Udupi, and this has been guided by Dr. Deepika Shetty. So the site what I am looking at is a coastal region in Udupi district of Karnataka state, which is around 14 kilometers square. So if you look at which is facing Arabian Sea and Swarna River on the other side, so it almost forms an estuary. So history of the site begins like this was a chunk of islands which later got developed due to the better connectivity and also the economical factor getting into play. So now why this topic is because nowadays this is becoming one of the major tourist hub in the district. So it is actually gaining more tourism attraction, but it is actually fainting towards the climatic factor or the natural part of it. So my thesis will be focusing on mostly on the aim of the project is to design a resilient and a sustainable tourism circuit to support the dynamic ecosystem and also the existing tourism facilities. So in order to do this, I've taken environmental as base as a priority, then social and economical factors. So sustainable development goals will be my benchmark for the upcoming proposals. So coming to the site analysis. Okay, coming to the site analysis. So this is a shoreline change which is happening in the region. So there is a cyclic pattern of both erosion and accretion taking place, and this comes under a highly sensitivity zone. So that is where we need to guide the slow or soft and also cater less crowd towards tourism. And also, if you look into the site, it is forming an estuary here, and over years there's a slight shift in the position of the mouth. So if you look into it, it is almost 800 meters away from the actual position where it was. So this is one of the features of dynamic ecosystem part. And also if you look into the island part of it, so there are 12 islands which is forming this site, ranging from 3 to 12 meter of elevation. And also this is also one of the major spots where we have the fish breeding zones. So if you look into the variation in the turbidity level, the pH level, the conductivity level due to various anthropogenic activities, it is actually affecting the fish breeding zones, the turtles. So all these, which are the unsung heroes of the natural habitat. So it is affecting them a lot. And also this is also catered or bordered with the mangroves, which are unique and which has got their own medicine and other values. Also this houses a lot of other habitats, other biological resources. And if you look into the climate part of it, it is a good monsoon region where we have 6 months of rain coming, and July experiences more of it around 792 and also the warmest month in April where it averages around 29 degrees Celsius. Why do I tell this? Because when you look into tourism aspect, we actually look into seasonal tourism part of it. We need to calculate the sunshine hours for our proposals. So this is the tourism driving facility map where we have around 22 hospitality facilities and more than 44 public spaces in just 6 kilometers square. So you can imagine how dense the place is. And also, if you look into the intensity of the tourism, it starts from the market zone and it ends from the to the beach stretch. So you have the gradual flow and you have more tourists around this wooden kayaking bridge and also the hanging bridge kayaking spot. So these two are the major spots which I'll be talking about. This is an activity mapping done at different locations where we had actually worked on the fits and misfits of the region and also few recommendations done accordingly. And this is an activity mapping around hanging bridge zone and the wooden bridge zone where the kayaking is one of the major activity and how it pulls a lot of tourism towards it. And this is along the Swarna River. And this is along an activity mapping along the beach stretch where we have the food kiosk and other typical coastal settlement happening. Now, if you look into the land use part of it, the entire site is nutshelled with the water, the greenery, and then bits of pieces of the built fabric. So then we have also the slope map, which is like it's flat towards the landward side, and if you look at the river side, it's very steep. So we need to take in consideration of such factors also while designing a circuit. So then coming up to the main factor, maybe the people, where the settlement pattern of the coastal community, the kind of transformation it has gone through, the orientation of their houses, the zoning of their spaces, the kind of architecture it's get, and also the various culture they follow in such region also impacts. When some tourists get into this place, then they should know the history, the culture of this place and mingle along with that. And also a street network system has been designed just to check the connectivity part of it, the choice part of it using the street depth mapx tool. And the vision of the project is to achieve a sustainable habitat by blending the daily life of tourism using environmental, social, and economical ingredients. Using one major goal is to create a holistic, resilient model and also to encourage seasonal tourism, then create a circular economy and also generate a smart tourism app. So it is circuits break down into three parts. That is heritage lane, which you know the place, a tourism lane where you respect the place, a drive-through lane where you appreciate the place. So this is actually designed according to the characteristics of each street or each path, whatever it is followed. There's no disturbance along with that. And also the physical carrying capacity of this region is 2,400% per day, but currently it is 800 and it is increasing. So various strategies have been designed along the heritage road where we have actually focused more on the heritage part of it, impacting the social, environmental, and economical activities. And same along the tourism lane where we have enhanced more of greeneries, more of green compound walls, and also how to adapt with the water, with the land, and also the built fabric for the tourists. Then the drive-through lane where there's minimal development and hardly any structures coming into play. And even if it is, then it's very lightweight construction. So coming to the master plan level of it, we have majorly focused on the sustainable development goals, SDG 13, that is the climate action. So the three targets have been incorporated. One is the resilience part of it, target 13.1, 13.2, where we have a lot of national policies and measures coming in. Then 13.3, where you educate people what is it and how it is going to impact. So here, if you look into the master plan, there is policy implication done in terms of no tourism zone, fish breeding zone, and a defined kayak path for the tourists, and also a circulation and street guidelines to be followed, and the type of construction to be get into in particular theme, and also for promoting pedestrian and non-motorized transport. Then also first priority given to the residents. So this is the theme palette which will be followed, where we have the contextual stuff getting into play, and it actually blends with the nature, and we have a both functional and aesthetic references. So a space motion diagram was studied to know the heritage part of it, where the point of decision making, point of conclusion was noted, and also the entrance gateway of it has been designed. So that is where we have the coconut Diaz element used as a facade treatment where birds can come in and take the water during rainy season. So that is one of the means the facade acts on, and also QR code where it guides the tourist along the path, and a food street to actually incorporate indigenous foods, and also museum to incorporate the heritage part of it. And this is for the vulnerable group. So this is a part of public land where it is actually incorporated as artist park to actually get in all the vulnerable groups in terms of the basket weaving community, the fisherman community, all of them come into this play, and a lot of tourists get into this spot, and you have this work showcase culture happening. And also in terms during non-seasonal time, maybe during this flood and etc., these can be one of the shelter zones where people can come and rescue themselves. So these are the technique used, and here target 13.3 is climate action 13.3 is used, and also using rainwater system, it can be technologically improved. So this is the view from road study where 3 users, bicycle, scooter, and car driver has been assessed at different nodal points of the trail. And this is the trail study done by on principles of Kevin Leach, where change of scale, change in level, change of slope, and undulation has been taken place. Now coming up with the follow-up project. So this is the follow-up project where I'll be working on is a wooden bridge premises where the lightweight construction is used, and also we have the entire thing with the displacement part of it. So which is connecting the hanging bridge premises to the wooden bridge premises using lightweight construction. And this is the another premises of the hanging bridge where we have the vaulted structure of the local material. On during season times for tourists, it acts as amphitheater, and it houses a lot of kiosks. And during off-season time, it used as a dry coconut and other store products. So it's very flexible and seasonal without hampering any or adding on any built footprints around the riverside. So this is the methodology part of it, and how the costing and the various methodology can be taken around for 2 projects. So this is for project 1, that is 38 lakhs, and project 2 is 63 lakhs. And how it has been changed, existing master plan versus the proposed master plan in terms of resilience. So we have this green wall as a sand dune stabilizer, we have this green compound wall with seating, safety measures, lightweight structures, paved footpaths, and also decentralizing the load in terms of tourists. So that is one of the major aspects when you look into climatic aspect also, and also the type of material use. At last, how do you disseminate this project? So this is a smart app that is called Who Day, which is named after the Who Day beach. So here the tourist actually gets guided along the path. Also, they get emergency messages, how maybe suddenly something has to be blocked, or suddenly something should be stopped off. So you get emergency messages. You have a tracker where tourist doesn't go off some site, and also you have some feature there. Yeah, I'll just extend my follow-up project. 30 seconds. Can I do that? Hello?
I said that in this case, because he's already telling the follow-up project for which we gave some time from the Q&A, so let him do it. That's okay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. So I was talking about this app called Who Day, so which is named after local beach Who Day. So here the tourists, right from the scanner, which they get it from the entrance gateway, they actually move along the same zone and they get tracked. And also you have this emergency messages coming during any natural calamities or any sudden things. So this can be also used by the residents to make sure they're actually aware of what is happening and what is gonna happen. So such app also like it also is one of the boost up for the tourism department, and also for the people to know it better than actually, since nowadays everyone's got the smartphone and everyone is actually accessible in this region especially. So it is one of the ways to promote a tourism as well as look into the climatic aspect of it. So yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Saket, I'll start with a question actually.
Yeah.
You said right in the beginning somewhere, lots of places are tourism is a blessing for some people, some areas, but it creates a lot of problems for so many cities. And at larger scale, we know of cities which are really swamped by tourists.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting thing which you're trying to do. So at a small scale also, can you figure out a system that by which you can limit the number or guide these tourists in a particular way so that the community for which they come and the landscape for which they come doesn't get destroyed. So it's a very noble cause, without doubt.
Yeah, true.
The question is, which I do not understand, I'm no expert in this field, that when you talk about the capacity of a place to have so many, because you have given some numbers.
Yeah.
How is that capacity? How has that been decided? I mean,
Yeah.
how did you, because right in the beginning you said that the capacity is so much.
Sure,
So
I'll go to that slide.
On the basis of what do you decide that?
I'll just go to that. Yeah. Okay, so this capacity, physical carrying capacity. So one is, there's a formula, PCC is equal to A into V by A into RF. So A is a tourism development area. So what area you're taking, or what is the tourism area happening? So that is 6 kilometers square. And average visitor per area. So what is that one area with that average visitor? So 1 by 10. And RF is the usability time of the place, or the mean time of a visitor. So that is approximately 2.5 hours. So that gives 10 by 4. And this is the physical carrying capacity of the region. So that is 2,400 person per day. But currently what is happening is during weekends it's 300, and weekdays it's 300, and weekends it's 800. But there I interviewed a lot of kayak booths and a lot of kayak trainers. So they were like, it will go easily up to 2,000 in coming years. And there are a lot of other proposals like other water-based proposals or sports coming up. So you can easily accept 2,000 to 2,500 in coming days. But that is not the actual carrying capacity of the region. So that's why I wanted to divert the tourist load in one way, and also promote a lightweight construction, because we have these fish breeding zones, we have these other natural elements which don't have a platform to speak on because nobody cares for them. So why do we hurt them? Why do we keep them aside? So let us give them a freedom. Let us give them a path where we actually balance tourism as well as the natural aspect of it. So that was the intention behind actually calculating this carrying capacity and how much load should a place take.
Okay.
So this was actually reference from one of the research paper. So estimation of tourism carrying capacity. So that's how I actually. I
have some doubts about this, but I'll leave it just now. It's not that important. The very idea that you're trying this is important. So I'll leave some questions for others. Liesel or Claudia, Anita, anybody?
Hi, Sanket. It's a very interesting project.
Thank you.
This is Anita. Sorry, I can't. And I really appreciate what you're trying to do. My big question is, you have designed this particularly just by yourself, or have you had any connections or communications or engagement with the communities which are going to be benefiting, hopefully, from this project?
Yes. I did have a lot of talks with different community people, like on the fisherman community, one with respect to the communal part of it, the maybe the temple people, the church people, the mosque people, and another with respect to one who's promoting this, maybe the developers who are into this kayaking part of it. So I've had a lot of talks with each of them, but the only intent was that they don't want to lose their homes, I mean the natural part of it, but they need to get some money of it. So I wanted to promote seasonal tourism, and they were also okay with that. So this seasonal tourism actually doesn't hinder their daily life, but they get some money during off seasons, because during fishing time they can't do it all 12 months. So other 4-5 months will be a dead for them. So what can be done during this time, and how they can actually balance this daily life with this tourism part? So that was the intention, and I have had a lot of talks with them. So that's why I came up with a subtle and very low-key promotion of the projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Liesel, Claudia, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Just a practical sort of question. What is the scale? Because you talk about the heritage lane and the tourist lane. Are we talking about hundreds of meters, or are we talking about something that's more than a kilometer?
Yeah,
The
it is
heritage
more.
lane.
Yeah, it is more than a kilometer actually. So a heritage lane is around 1.2 kilometer. Then we have the tourism lane, which is around 2.2 to 2.3 kilometer. And the beach stretch goes on till 3 to 3.5 kilometer until the delta point. So this overall, it consists of 6 kilometer of the tourism part. And the region is actually 14 square kilometer, but I've considered only 6 square kilometer as this is where the tourism activity takes place.
Yeah, as a type of spine where you have sort of the different activities and where you also make your structures to for those activities to take place. And just one more question about the materials, because you were saying, you know, you want to use coconut, wood, bamboo, etc. I'm not so I'm not aware of exactly which type of materials are grown here. But are those all local materials?
Yeah. So if you look into the coconut part of it, so there are a lot of coconut farm and areca farms. Then we have the other the coconut husk, and also a few parts they also have the bamboo growth. So why not get into all this and blend it and get into the design part of it? And also when it's local material, we have the local craftsmen. So they're also employed in other ways. So you actually create a link between whatever is in your region. So it will be more sustainable, and it will be maybe an interesting task for the people to learn new things and also maybe implement in their own ways, that rather than going concrete or doing conventional. So maybe that was one of the ideas to work on. So get into new techniques with the same material, whatever is available.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions to you. What is the expected number of visitors and users of this infrastructure, and whether you thought about the existing and the future? And then second question is, you made a deliberate decision and approach, and you showed us to connect this with the Sustainable Development Goals, which means you've been thinking about sustainability. And to which extent, and if you can give a clear example of that, did you think about this sustainability approach is something on long term that will retain, that will recycle, maybe with the circular economy kind of ideas, where, because you just mentioned the adoption of appropriate materials that are available in the region. So what I'm looking for is whether your thoughts on that have been comprehensive and logic.
Yeah. Okay. So first question I would like to answer, that is on the number of users. So what is happening currently is the hanging bridge region with a kayak spot is getting more number of tourists, and also the wooden bridge along the hanging bridge lane. So that is getting a bit lower than, so maybe 400 to a hanging bridge and 300 to 250 for the wooden bridge. So I am expecting at least the double of the users. That is because we are promoting and other aspects also, because we have this camping tents, we have an amphitheater, and we have a proper designated parking with the kayak booth, which is actually there's a lot of buffer from the water body towards and this side. So I'm expecting more, almost double. So maybe 1,000 to 800 for hanging bridge, and maybe 600 to 500 for the wooden bridge premises. Because when it's planned in that way, and it's not actually you're getting towards the water body, or you're disturbing the edge of the water landward side. So that is where I was more thinking on. And on the second question on the sustainability part of it, so we were talking about adaptability and recycling. So one of my major concerns was to look into that. So how do you actually make a space adaptive by creating one single entity. So one example I've created is here, that is using this vaulted structure here. This is made up of the vaulted bamboo structure, and also during seasonal times, that is during tourist time, we have the amphitheater working, we have the kiosk running. But during off season, where there are no tourists, maybe during rainy season, so this entire facility, this whole span can be used to dry coconuts. They can be used for fish drying. So the same facility can be used in other ways, and also in terms of flexibility during daytime and nighttime. So a single entity with a less built footprint can be made use for another activity. And also in terms
we'll
of,
have to cut this short now because
the
time is really finished.
Yeah, sure. And also I've thought about the sustainability goals also. So climate action target 13.2, where I wanted to integrate different strategies of national policies and other stuff, where we have the low lightweight construction, where we have the local materials getting into play. So all that has been kept in mind. And even for the app development, the another target was to improve awareness and also educate people about the climatic aspect of it. So that can be easily done by an app. So because everyone is accessible to smartphones and app downloading, so I think that is one easy way.
All right, thank you. Yeah. I would recommend you to be more clear about your carbon footprint when you go forward with the project, to really articulate that's you actually decreasing or attempting to decrease that. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to suggest to everybody to, if it's okay, that we take a 5-minute break. We have had 5 presentations, and we take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break, whatever. The jury.
Break would be good. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 10 minutes. Lisa is saying 10 minutes. Let's take a 10-minute break then.
Okay.
And then
Thank you.
exactly 10 minutes from now, we'll come back. So Ankit, will you manage that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good, we proceed further. And the next participant is Khushbu Prashant from CEPT University in India. Khushbu, you will present your thesis, which is for the master's program in landscape architecture.
Correct.
So welcome, and you have 10 minutes at your disposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Khushbu Prashant. I'll be presenting my project named Palmyra Link, which was part of Masters in Landscape Architecture program from CEPT University, and it was guided by Professor Divya Shah. Climate change is a long-term catastrophe that will keep on multiplying and is inevitable. Especially the communities closely dependent on the native landscapes go through immense alterations ecologically. Tracing lines is a process-based studio. It considers the indigenous places of India as its premises. The studio explores complexities of rural landscapes situated in the bioculturally rich foothills of the Western Ghats. The thesis is divided into 6 stages, where all the stages are further researched, analyzed, and documented. Stage 1, traces, is where we formally documented all the natural layers of the site based on our field visit and the formal readings of the site. The site located is in the Hanu, which is one of the narrowest transects between the northern Western Ghats till the Arabian Sea. The Vahendra River flows through the forest belt, which is home for the Warli community, and the coastal belt, which is home for the Koli community. When I first visited the site, what stood out was the changing character of the riverbed. Vahendra River is the lifeline which carries everything from the mountain to the sea. One such thing that it carries is the depositional sedimentations along the floodplains. The river flows through an elevation of elevational difference of 500 meters to a short stretch of 14 kilometers till it reaches the sea. The process explores the sectional changes, identifying typologies within the shifting terrain. Towards the source of the river, which is the dam, the riverbed character was dominated by boulders and the depth of the water was less. As we approach the midland, the character of the riverbed changes and we start seeing certain breaking down of the boulders. And towards the mouth, the disintegration was much more, and the boulders had broken down into silt and sand. Coming to the stage 2, threads, we tried to understand the embedded nature of culture in the landscape through the lens we had derived from the traces. Based on stage 1, after analyzing and studying the processes, certain inference words were highlighted. Words such as sublimation, integration, linearity, progression, density, and traction were overlaid with the layer of the culture. For example, there's a sublimation of the ethnobotanical knowledge, traditional settlement patterns, and the community's association with the water systems. Stage 3 identifies the knots within the larger landscape. It follows the immersive process of free writing as a tool and a method for a design approach. When we rooted and placed ourselves in the context of the Hanu, we observed that the people also follow the same pattern of moving from the hills to the sea, where one such act was the act of toddy tapping. The riparian corridor of the Vahendra River, which runs along the landscape, was dominated by Palmyra, even scientifically known as Borassus flabifera. During the morning and the evening hours, activities like toddy tapping took place, and it highlighted the community's close-knit relationship with their landscape. Our interactions with the locals exposed us that the practice of drinking toddy, a sap collected from the Borassus flabifera, even known as the palm wine. The story was used as an anchor point to find our concern using 3 different scales. The first one is the personal level, which looks at the personal association of the toddy tapper with the landscape. The second scale is where we look at the toddy tapper and the whole community. And the third scale is the mythical scale, where we look at the entire stretch of northern Western Ghats and the locations of these communities in the entire northern Western Ghats. Coming to stage 4, which derives the motif from the identified knot within the landscape, the motif further guides our design development. Our interactions with the toddy tapper raised a few questions about the community practices and their relevance with the larger cultural network. The toddy tappers belong to the community named as Bhandaris, who are sole practitioners of the toddy tapping. The process is extremely technical, needs a lot of experience and knowledge and skills. We even looked into their daily routine, their monthly incomes, and the efforts they put in. And it was inferred that the Bhandari community is at a loss. They do not earn enough. And whereas they sustain the palm, whereas the palm owners and the middlemen who transport the toddy from the urban sectors have much more monetary stability. We even looked at different byproducts of the Palmyra because we just did not want to concentrate on the wine production because it has benefits which can derive things like jaggery, which can be used to make cakes, shoti, sweet porridge, and the other materials could be used for the constructions as well. Scale 5, stage 5 looks into the conceptualization of a program where the process of formalizing design introduces a new grain into the larger landscape. The intervention further focuses on 4 scales. These 4 scales are analyzed based on the occurrence of the Palmyra, their current conditions on the common ground, and the connectivity with the urban sectors. Scale A looks at this larger 50 square kilometer watershed. In this scale, the study identifies 6 typologies that support the habitat of Palmyra. Scale B looks at one of the subcategory of the watershed. And again, in the same case, we have analyzed the habitat of Palmyra. For scale C, 2 of the floodplains were selected. As the floodplains are the common grounds owned by the government, the idea was to create a Palmyra plantations which can be accessed and owned by the Bhandari community. Scale D looks at one of the floodplain, which is further developed for detailed intervention. The floodplain chosen is an existing cricket ground where the annual festivals also take place. It holds an important cultural significance because of which it acts as an important knot in the larger landscape. The program proposes jaggery and sweet toddy production units next to the cricket ground. The site is divided into 3 zones, Zone A, Zone B, and Zone C. These zones are basically Palmyra plantations. So for example, the Palmyra in Zone A can be tapped for 4 months, after which for the rest of the 8 months, it cannot be. Then the Palmyra plantation tapping shifts to Zone B. And once the Zone B has reached the saturation point, it shifts to Zone C. So if we follow this cycle, it ensures a healthy Palmyra palm, and it even ensures economic and social stability for the community. Stage 6 looks into the design development, which is titled as Linking Palmyra. In this stage, detailed intervention is carried forward. The design revolves around a knot, which is the main element within the landscape. This knot can be accessed by the primary road, which is perpendicular to the river. The introduction of sweet toddy, jaggery production units, along with Palmyra Cafe, these are proposed to serve for the tourist and for the locals visiting this region, which even gives community an opportunity for employment. Other users like villagers, tourists, and children, which already have certain access to this space, will be given a specific access routes. The sectional visualization looks into the reputations of the Palmyra plantations in relation to the cricket ground and the production units. The production units are designed to reflect the surrounding context of the Palmyra plantations. The structures are built using the karvi wood in the technique of wattle and daub, which is used by the community since the ages. Personally, I have always been drawn towards visualizations that captures the interactions through strokes, textures, and patterns. Thus, the color palette and the visual representations have been derived from the landscape itself, where we made a conscious effort to bring in the Bhandari community to the forefront. Looking at this particular visualization, the main idea was to capture the experience along the edges of the river and positioning of the viewing deck on the opposite bank. This visualization highlights the experience of walking through the Palmyra, where one can see the toddy tapping process coupled with tapioca plantations. These knots are prototypes that will be repeated on the common grounds along the riparian corridor. Floodplains and depositional edges, which come under the government regulations, will be given as a shared asset. The study started by reading P. Sainath, Everybody Loves a Good Drought. One of the chapters in this book talks about the toddy tapper and his life. I'd like to quote the statement in his book, quote, "Not unless we break the death cycle, place them in control of these trees, and fight for a decent price," unquote. At that time, I did not understand the depth of the statement until I saw with my eyes on the landscape of Dhanu. The project title Palmyra Link aims to uplift the Bhandari community and ecologically restore the riparian corridor. Due to climate change, the water table has depleted, and post the construction of the dam, the river has stopped receiving its share of water. The spatialization of this act may bring an opportunity and immediate dependency on the landscape, rekindle the lost association, knowledge of the landscape that the people had to this place. Thank you. Sure.
Khushbu, compliments for a very clear presentation. You clearly prepared it very well. I want to give you, did you have a follow-up project which you have submitted?
Yes, we did have a follow-up project that we had submitted.
But can you talk very shortly about it? We have given that chance to everybody else to do. So
yes, I can quickly explain about it. So the follow-up project consisted of going towards and moving towards the local bodies, the local government authorities, and talking about and basically share like the floodplain which exists right now. The idea is to share this floodplain with the Bhandari community. So if this particular policy, or we introduce a policy where we say that certain floodplains can be shared with the Bhandari community, if they have the access to these floodplains, then they can start building these kind of small manufacturing units, which sort of starts connecting on the larger scale. So in larger scales, then if this is a successful attempt, we can move to a bigger government bodies, because as I mentioned, toddy tappers, they exist on the entire northern Western Ghats. So looking at these similar situations and opportunities, this prototype can be repeated, and then we start to scale up the entire proposal.
Okay, but the follow-up project would be a further design study then?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I have a question actually. You said something about a dam which is restricting the amount of water going through the river.
Right.
So I presume that the Bhandari communities were using these Palmyra trees and the toddy tapping, it was related to the earlier abundant flow of water through the river. Is that so? Right. And now because of the dam, the amount of water going through the river is getting reduced. So how does one still get enough water for these trees then? I mean, if you can plant a lot of trees, but do you need more water for it?
Right. So currently the dam is containing the water, even when they can use that water for the immediate villages, which are right around the boundary of the dam, but the water is being transported to the urban sectors. So the villages which are right next to the dam have no access to it, whereas the urban sectors, which are like kilometers and kilometers away, have full access to it. So the idea is to open it up for the people. So the moment they open the dam and allow the water in, their issues with the water table, depleting water table, and their issues with availability of the water will be changed.
Can I ask the next question?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. It was a very wonderful presentation. My real concern is, have you talked to the children of these toddy tappers? Do you think they will be able to continue this particular tradition, the next generation? Because we have seen this in many, many traditional crafts in India, that generations would not want to continue it and then they want to get into something else. So if that's what is happening or may be happening, how do you think your project will be sustained in the future?
Right. So we had, so there was a school in the same village where we went and we talked to the children, and we asked particularly to the children of the toddy tapper families that how do they find this particular act? And to my surprise, they found it really interesting. The reason being, they found it as an act of joy, where they're climbing a tree. Like for the children, that act is something that they really associate to, right? And the other interesting part through the proposal that we're looking at is that it is not just the palm vine that we're talking about. As one of the slide where I had shown that the palmyra has multiple different usages. Like the leaves can be used for constructions, for the house constructions, which is actually used by the Varli tribes located in this area. And it can be used for handicrafts. It can be used different products, like for example, sweet toddy could be used for the production of jaggery. So there are multiple different uses. So the idea is to not just stick to the palm vine, but the idea is to explore all the different sub byproducts of the palmyra.
Khushbu, talking to children is one story. You really need to get a sense about this from the youth who is 18, 19, 17 years old. Children at 5 and 6 years of age will have a different feeling about it. Are the youth of the community currently doing this? Have you explored that? Is that what I want to know?
Right. The youth currently, they are already practicing it because their income is so low, they cannot afford to any schools, no colleges either. So the entire family is working as a toddy tapper. Like the females, they work as laborers in the different farms. And the males ranging from, I have seen like from 14 to 15 years till around 45 to 50 years, that entire age group is practicing the toddy tapping currently. But because of the low opportunities, they're not able to gain some economical stability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Liesel or Claudia, any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You had this idea, or your proposal is about making palmyra plantations around, well, in this case, around a cricket field. You know, you had sort of the different portions, A, B, C, and D. And you also had the production units around the cricket field. In your proposal, just to get a feeling of the numbers, how many trees did you, or how many hectares palmyra plantation could you make around the around such a cricket field, and how many people could something like could those hectares support? Is it something? Is it just for 1 or 2 people? Or is it something that will really have an impact?
Right. So the area that entire cricket field that I was talking about is the total area is around 7,500 meters square, which is a very large area where the maximum chunk, like in my proposal, I haven't changed the current use because it's an important festival node as well. The idea is to propose the plantations around and look at the pockets where we can introduce the palmyra plantations. So if we look at these renders, even for example, so one zone will have maximum 20 trees and one toddy tapper can climb 20 trees in a day. But obviously we wouldn't want one family to be entirely just looking at the toddy tapping and the act of climbing. So the idea is that at least 4 to 5 families can depend on one zone. So if we start looking at the extraction of the toddy, there's multiple other processes post that. So it's not that how many men in the families can climb the toddy, but it is even about how the entire community or the group of 4 to 5 families have at the part of the post-production as well. So I would say per zone around 4 to 5 families, and the village currently had around 20 to 25 families staying in one place.
Okay, it's quite a significant increase. If you look at the number 4 to 5 families is not such a lot, but when you think there are 20 families in a village, then it is quite a significant portion.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, my question was related to that because you spoke about, you made a strong case about the community link with the water management system, right, and with the practices with the palm tree. Now, what is the scale of that? You spoke about 25 families. What is the target group of this project? Are we talking about just a few families, or are we talking about a few hundreds or a couple of thousands? because the area is quite big.
Right. So Bhandari is a community which practices toddy tapping, as I had mentioned, and they have different names in different kind of regions. For example, in Kerala, there is the same group practicing toddy tapping, but they have a different name to that entire community. So what I'm trying to do here is develop a prototype. So when I say that my prototype is serving 20 to 25 families within 7,500 meters square in that area, if this prototype is successful, it can start multiplying on different floodplains, and it can start multiplying on a larger scale on the entire Western Ghats. So it really depends on how forward we'll be taking this project and the multiplication of the prototypes that we'll be looking at.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So, Ankit, we can go to the next. Okay. So the next person presenting is Tessa Chitendan from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. She has presented this thesis as part of her master's program in city and regional planning. And it is related to the city where Liesel has studied, actually. Liesel's, one of the jury members, has studied at the University of Cape Town. So she'll probably be looking at it with extra interest.
I'm thrilled to present my 6-month dissertation work today, which is titled Conceptualizing a Living Urban Edge for the Philippi Horticultural Area in Cape Town, which I will refer to as the PHA. Oh, sorry. This dissertation emerged from a period of urban planning volunteer work in December 2020 with the community group, the PHA Campaign. The PHA Campaign is a group of activists and small-scale farmers who are working tirelessly to halt the constant threat of development encroachment on the farmlands. I continued to work with the group for my dissertation to co-produce the proposed concept. The PHA is a large tract of productive urban farmlands embedded in the Cape Flats district of Cape Town, as indicated on this map. The Cape Flats is one of Cape Town's poorest and most unserviced districts, a result of the apartheid period. The farmlands are essential for the city's food and water security, local livelihoods, biodiversity, heritage, and access to green space for poor communities. There has been a long-standing acknowledgement amongst politicians and policymakers that the PHA is valuable and unique and should remain agricultural land. Generally, the global best practice is to use an urban edge to protect agricultural and conservation land from urban development. An urban edge is basically a demarcated line beyond which urban development is not permitted. As indicated on this timeline, the first spatial policy to delineate an urban edge around the PHA was the 1967 Physical Planning Act. This timeline indicates that this long-standing policy consensus has persisted, albeit inconsistently, into the present. However, as is clear on this image, despite this ongoing policy commitment, the PHA footprint has been gradually eroded by urban development. In fact, the farmlands are now more than half their original size. Policymakers have constantly amended the urban edge to facilitate lucrative and inappropriate urban development in the farmlands, such as this proposed development. Thus, the planning issue which my dissertation aims to respond to is why urban development encroachment has persisted in the PHA, despite the use of an urban edge, and how the current approach can be reimagined to ensure the long-term protection of the farmlands. The PHA case study is a microcosm of a global planning issue. Urban development encroachment is threatening the green space that is essential for urban climate change resilience. This land use conflict persists despite the use of urban growth management tools such as the urban edge. The urban-rural interface, where the city meets farmland, is where this tension is the most pronounced. Beyond this, the planning discipline has engaged very little with how the urban-rural interface can be proactively planned and designed in order to cultivate positive relationships between two land uses, which are often framed as competing. The aim of this dissertation, therefore, is to respond to this challenge and imagine an alternative concept to the urban edge due to its apparent shortcomings. Using site observations, focus groups with the PHA campaign, and interviews with various stakeholders, policy commitment to protecting it. Okay. Using site observations, focus groups with the PHA campaign, and interviews with various stakeholders, I investigated why the farmlands have been slowly diminished despite the policy commitment to protecting it. The first issue lies in vested political interests, weak institutions, and corruption. Because the urban edge is implemented from the town, power is concentrated under a single group, politicians, who are fallible to economic interest groups. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. Okay. These images from my field observations capture how ineffective enforcement of land use regulations are eroding the productivity and character of the PHA. The use of agricultural plots for dump sites, residential development, or bus depots is common. Informal settlement expansion due to a lack of affordable housing in the city is also a key issue. Developer speculation leaves farmland lying fallow. As previously discussed, there is generally little engagement with how to positively plan for the urban-rural interface. As a result, this area has become an ambiguous non-place, where a lack of spatial definition and clarity allows for the legal land uses explained on the previous slide to slip through the cracks. There is also no visual gateway indicating where the PHA is, and as a result, it isn't celebrated by citizens. As a researcher, I was surprised by how few people know that the PHA even exists, despite the fact that it provides more than 50% of our fresh produce. This misses an opportunity at the urban edge to reconnect city dwellers to their food. After identifying why urban development has encroachment has persisted in the PHA despite the urban edge, I looked to solutions. Due to their local on-the-ground knowledge and passion for the area, I conducted focus groups with the PHA campaign to co-produce the alternative. The living urban edge, as this basic diagram indicates, imagines the establishment of a consolidated and clear boundary of small-scale farms around the PHA edge. The small-scale farms can create a barrier in defense of the core PHA farmlands by breaking up large tracts of productive land into more defensible parcels. Having people present at the edge also allows for the passive surveillance of the farmlands in order to deter crime and illegal land use. The small-scale farm buffer can also better define land use in this currently ambiguous space by creating a legible transition between urban space and large-scale farms. This creates an urban edge which is active and alive through embedding people and activity in the landscape. Due to the lack of proactive planning in the urban-rural interface, I also generated 5 design principles for a living urban edge. Due to time constraints, I cannot expand on these fully, but this diagram indicates how each principle responds to multiple challenges facing the PHA. Just to give an example of how much detail I went into for each design principle, Principle 5 looks at visually defining the edge. The principle explored the idea of porous boundaries, like the permeable membranes, which are found in nature. Whilst we want to define the urban-rural interface with a clear boundary, we do not want to perpetuate separation. Instead, we want to invite people into the PHA so that it is celebrated in the city. This can arguably enhance the public will to conserve it. The diagram shows this concept. Minimum setbacks and built footprint sizes creates a visually permeable barrier of farmhouses at the edge. Green buffers can also be strategically planted to ensure visual porosity. This diagram consolidates the 5 design principles into my final spatial concept for the living urban edge. Given the failures of the top-down enforced urban edge, the living urban edge looks to how communities can be responsible for the protection of land. The idea is that the farms will be unified under a community land trust, which I will call a CLT. CLTs work by purchasing land on behalf of the community and holding it in trust in perpetuity. Certain land use principles and guidelines are attached to the title deed of the land parcels within the CLT. This can ensure that the small-scale farms which make up the living urban edge maintain the character of the area and continue to be used primarily for farming. I then spatialized the concept on a pilot site, which is a portion of the western edge of the PHA where the urban development encroachment issue is the worst. In a rapidly urbanizing world faced with the existential threat of climate change, it is essential that oases of green space and the multiple ecosystem services they provide are safeguarded in the long term. The hope is that the living urban edge concept can inspire other cases worldwide where open space is threatened by development encroachment. Whilst the living urban edge concept may seem unrealistic, I believe that radical ideas which challenge long-held assumptions are exactly what is needed given the existential crisis the planet is facing. Thank you. Whew.
Tessa, thank you also again for a very clear presentation. Did you suggest submit a follow-up proposal? And if you did, can you just take a minute to explain that before we?
Sure. I didn't submit a follow-up proposal per se, but as part of my dissertation, I did have an implementation framework, which I can expand on if necessary.
I think then we should not do it.
Okay.
If you did not formally submit one, we cannot. Yeah. I think we should stay with the rules. Okay.
Perfect.
So then let's go to the Q&A. Anybody? Claudio, Liesl, Anita, and Liesl. Yes. Come on.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was, a very clear presentation. I was wondering who is the owner of the PHA? Is that the city council or the city government?
No. So currently, a lot of the land in the PHA is privately owned. So that's one of the big stumbling blocks for actually implementing the proposal. There's a few ways that this land can be acquired, which I explored briefly in my dissertation. The one idea is through the land reform process. And there's actually been some interest within the Western Cape government towards looking for mutually beneficial solutions in the PHA, because the issues almost come to sort of an impasse, like the community activism is preventing the developers that own the land from going forward with the developments that they want to implement. So now there's actually a point where private developers are wanting to work with the government and with the PHA campaign themselves to come up with mutually beneficial solutions. And what's really exciting is that the Western Cape government's actually, the Economic Development Partnership has asked me for my thesis to include in their process of putting together a solution. So I really do have hope that although a lot of the land is privately owned, there is a way that that land can be acquired for the purposes of safeguarding the farmlands.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
May I ask another question, Sham, or am I taking up too much time?
Please.
Okay.
Please carry on.
I quite liked that idea of the small scale farms, around the edges, because it is, as you say, that if you have somebody occupying that edge, then they'll sort of defend that edge as well. I was just wondering if all this sort of row of small scale farms along the edge, if they don't become barriers in themselves, and that central part isn't accessible then anymore for other people, unless there are pathways between the small scale farms.
Yes, so I explored this idea in my design principle for visually defining the edge. So a big part of it was really wanting to have definition at the edge instead of just having a cadastral line marking, okay, this is where urban ends, this is where rural begins. As you said, it's great to have defined land use within that transition zone, but we also don't want to separate urban and rural. We don't want to separate people from the environment. So the idea was to have strategically placed gateways along the edge with routes inviting people in. So you could use various urban design interventions to establish such gateways. So one idea would be to establish fresh produce markets. That's actually currently underway on one of the edges of the PHA. They're beginning to establish a fresh produce market for the small scale farmers to sell their produce. So that's one way of inviting people in. And then also spatially, the idea would be to have minimum setbacks or spacing rules between if there are farmhouses on the edge, so that visually you can still have view lines into the core farmlands.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Claudia, please. Then I'll.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, from the land market point of view, the highest and best use of that land will determine the future of that land, particularly because it's privately owned land. Even considering the resistance of the community groups and action groups to resist the transformation, the conversion of that land to the best and highest use, which seems to be towards some kind of intensity of urban use. So how do you transform that? So since we were mentioning about the follow-up, and you mentioned your thesis being included in the debate, is you mentioned the community land trust, which is a way to take control of the tenure of the land and then create a co-ownership that will give a different use rather than urbanization. But you could also involve the landowners because they're private owners. Their best incentive is to sell, to occupy, to do real estate, because that's why they have the land, and that's their logic, is to create an instrument of transfer of development rights, where you actually discuss and involve them in the equation for the benefit of the community or the city by large. You transfer those development rights to other areas that belong or not to them. So there are instruments. I don't know if you know the DAG, the Development Action Group, who have been championing land value capture in Cape Town and trying to bring the government to deal with land differently and more densification, etc. So also associating in that bigger debate will give a very interesting, useful destination of your thesis and your thinking, because this is huge piece of land with tremendous impact, especially, you know, with the water scarcity and energy crisis that you're facing there. You know, such huge parts of land can play a role in that. My question to you, just to, because you mentioned the footprint decreasing, what is that you suggest in order to decrease, to let's say to combat or to counter act of this pressure of footprint decreasing of the urban edge of the
So the entire proposed concept really is intended to reduce this development pressure, because the reduction in footprint happens at the edge. The edge is the space that is most vulnerable to this development encroachment. And it's not just the large scale, big urban housing developments that are reducing the footprint of the farmland. It's also more insidious developments. So people are buying farmland and using it for diets or bus depots. And that really happens behind the scenes. And that happens at the edge because it's the most sort of strategic point for these developments to happen. So my idea is to have this community-owned barrier of small-scale farms at the edge where the farmland is most vulnerable, so that we can try to combat this development pressure. The other thing you spoke about with you know, land development following where the highest value is, you know, that really is the biggest stumbling block that this proposal faces. And I really think it lies in how we value. So often political decision makers value the short term. They value more housing as opposed to thinking about the long term, which really is, you know, we really need to protect food security, water security, all of that, because the people who will suffer the most if that isn't protected are the urban poor. So I think it's a lot more of a, there really needs to be work done in how we value land and what we value. And that's more of a conceptual process, which will take a long time to occur, I think.
Okay. Tessa, I have one question. As an urban designer, I understand that you're trying to figure out something at the edge because that is the least secure. But the solution suggested by you is it's a rather simplistic solution to my mind in terms of design. It's a strategy to do something at the edge, but it's hardly a design in the way I look at it as a designer. Did you also, I mean, how big is the total PHA area?
It's about 1,800 hectares.
Goodness. Okay, so it's a huge area. So we are talking about an edge which is several kilometers in length, right? It's, I don't know how many, maybe 50 kilometers or 30 kilometers or something like that, whatever. So there will be a lot of differentiation. I understand that you develop a strategy to have something at the edge to secure the center, but you at the same time allowing people to go in. You know, and that idea of the food market it's a good one at certain nodes. So you will have paths and nodes, and then you will have strategies to somehow secure the edges. But I think you will need to have many more different strategies to design at the edge. That's all I'm saying. And then depending on the landscape, depending on the situation, then you can use them all together to form a sort of garland around.
Yes, so I agree with you fully. And this was a 6-month dissertation. So really I was seeding an idea, and the principles was the main part. But I did delve into how each edge would need sort of a context-specific adaptation of the principles. So I did investigate different typologies for how the design principles could be implemented, because of course each part of the edge has a different dynamic. Yes. The southern edge is pretty much only dune fields, whereas the one edge is only informal settlement meeting farmland, and another edge is large-scale urban, formal urban development meeting farmland. So there's a lot of space for adapting the principles to suit the different context and investigating different typologies. And I think that would be quite an interesting area for future research.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, an interesting topic.
Thank you.
And actually, the diversity of the topics of the shortlisted candidates is really very interesting. As we go to the next one, which is again a totally different topic. So, Ankit, can I welcome the next candidate? So the next next candidate is Anuj Gudekar of LS Raheja School of Architecture from Mumbai. And he has submitted this thesis as part of his Master of Architecture in Landscape. And it is again about a totally different topic, which none of the others has presented. So it will be interesting now to watch Anuj present it. Anuj, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me know. Sure. Hi, I'm Anuj Kodekar from LS Raheja School of Architecture, Master of Architecture in Landscape. My thesis topic is retrofitting coastal infrastructure for ecological sustenance, a case for western coast of Mumbai, guided by architect Urmila Rajadhyaj. Following is the flow of my thesis, the research method that I went about for my thesis. I looked at the history of the coastal city, especially Mumbai. Then I looked at the overview of the development plans of the MMR. I looked at the coastal road project within the development plan. I looked at the site selection impacting the coastal road. And then through that, I looked at the specific wards of the Bandra and Andheri. Then I looked at the transact study. And then I went about the design proposal. Mumbai and archipelago has been physically altered by the successive reigning leaders to suit their endurance, ease of accessibility, and accommodate the respective populace. This transformation has been continued till date. And the overall anthropogenic activity has led to the climate change overall in the world. And when you look at the COP26 and the IPCC projections for the climate crisis as an impending danger for the coastal cities, one could kind of understand where the claims of what is happening to our own city. Then kind of looking ahead of that and looking at the climate vulnerability for the world, and especially coming down to India. Then kind of looking at the parameters which specifically focus onto the flood and cyclone. So these are I'm looking at the western coast of India. So in this case, I'm looking at Mumbai. The high vulnerability index of 0.7331. It might look like a minuscule dot, but it is the financial capital of India and among the major cities. Also, among the most populated cities of the world, with the density of around 25,000 people per square kilometer. Bombay, once known as a good bay, what has changed here? Change that Bombay the change the Bombay saw is the increasing sea surface temperature, which has changed its own the three measures that it had: the subtropical ridge and the surning winds. Both of them have changed because of the increase in sea surface temperature, which has impacted into the city witnessing as much as 5 cyclones in the year 2019. And hence, and from there on, the cyclones have become an every year occurrence. Looking at this particular graph, though the death toll is small, however, if you look at the figure to the right, that is the damage in US million dollars, which kind of extend my case for my study itself as retrofitting the coastal edge, because the damage that is being caused to these cyclones is massive. So kind of again, going back to these cyclones and understanding that how often does this happen? Because the last time a 5 cyclones hit in a particular year was 100 years ago. However, looking at the projections based on the Columbia and the MIT models, the intensity of the storms that could hit within the 150 kilometers of Mumbai in the next 30 years is astounding. Further, looking at the change in the precipitation rate, the precipitation for Mumbai itself. For example, in the year 2017, 6 days of rain in 2017 itself accounted for 40% of the total precipitation of the year. However, also kind of looking ahead is the 2017, 18, and 19 and 20. All years have exceeded the, for the month of July, it has almost amounted to the same annual precipitation for the year, which again kind of brings in the question of cyclones along with increased precipitation is leading to bringing the city to a standstill. Looking at this particular graph, one can look at the astronomical tide height and the storm surge brought in about by the cyclonic storm Taute. And henceforth, the predictions based on the COP26 and IPCC predictions are coming true, where there are predictions that 80% of the north of Mumbai is going to be flooded, or these events are going to be everyday normal for every year. So kind of coming and looking at what Mumbai was and how it evolved from 1700s till 2000, what it is right now, what it is predicted to be. And as an irony, if you kind of compare the two, I think it would kind of result to going back to where we started. Hence, we are looking at the critical appraisal of the DCPR, which again looks at allowing for the accommodation of housing for people. However, this is achieved through linking of permissible deficit to the road widths, which through the TDR is going to increase increase in TDR will allow only high rises along the coastline. So kind of understanding the coastal regulation 2000 CRZ 2011, which was called as which was passed to protect the edge and the indigenous community, looked in a simplified version looks like this. The idea being protection of the coastal community. However, when you kind of look ahead and see what has changed is the coastal regulation of 2018, which has drastically changed, allowing the built environment to come closer to the coastline. What it has done is it has effectively allowed for the built infrastructure to come closer to the edge, and with the rising sea surface rising sea levels is only call for an impending danger. Further, the need for more houses is not completely justified, because there are articles where there are just research papers which talk about many vacant houses and many homeless. So we really need to look at where we are heading to. The city itself needs to grow because it's a linear city, and to make it the coastal roads are designed to make a fast and efficient linkage that would revive the business districts that have been abandoned and are being replaced by the new reclaimed lands, which have altered the land-water interaction. Further, kind of looking at one of the cases where we are looking at the Bandavali Ceiling, a coastal road itself, opened in 2010, how it has changed the impact onto the bay itself. So if you could look at the columns of the bridge itself has changed the deposition, the deposition of the sand, and that's hence affecting the beaches that kind of the city enjoyed here. So my hypothesis look at, can an infrastructural development, especially along the edge of the interaction between land and water, be retrofitted to protect the coast and improve the marine ecology? Looking at the site for design intervention, the criteria being that population potential to at risk due to flooding. The kind of the criterion looked at the two aspects of the population and the land prices, and hence kind of coming and looking at these particular aspects where the Bandra West, the H-West ward had more potential. Further, looking at the section 2 of the coastal road project, the section 5 of that, the social impact study said that the livelihoods of fishermen would be affected. However, it had a clause which said that in case there have to be rehabilitation to be done. So that means the study itself is not foolproof. Then looking at the coastal roads and the boundaries and understanding the coastal infrastructure, these particular ward was looked at, and here the Bandra H-West ward was looked, which kind of along had these 5 Koli villages, Further, it kind of also understood that with different elevations of flooding, what could happen. Then understanding the hydrogeological mapping of the site, it talks about the two hills around these edges and the ebbs and flows that kind of come down to the sea. So kind of understanding with increase in precipitation, this is again a cause of concern with respect to flooding. However, when you look ahead and see what the simplified version of this particular section, it kind of tells you that not only we are worried about the increasing seas rise, but the change in policies kind of affecting the way the entire coastline will be affected, and also the indigenous community are at risk. So kind of understanding this the study, it was looked at in terms of how the entire transit study could be done, looking at the different kind of beaches that are around this ward. This is the kind of an overview of the contours, the coastal regulation zones, the railway lines, the town planning schemes, the open and the proposed coastal road that is proposed, looking at the various landscape axons, how these communities are working. Further looking at the flora and fauna along the various zones. Yeah. Looking at the flora and fauna available here along this edge, understanding the transacts at as the land-water interaction. Looking at a detailed understanding of these transacts as a section through the city for these selected transacts. It was understood that with these anthropogenic changes brought about by the coastal infrastructure, one needs to kind of look at how proposing a design in terms of the brief kind of address these particular problems, and kind of looked at the nature-based solutions and the indigenous methods to allow for protection of the edge and the sustenance of the indigenous community for the various edge conditions. Looking at the entire bay as an overview, then kind of looking at also kind of looking at a master plan for the reclamation park, which again kind of brings about the need to kind of understand and restore the edge condition, with looking at not going with the sea walls, but instead looking at the double masonry mound, which would kind of allow for the ebbs and flows of water to go as per the tides, which would kind of improve the bay condition, also allow people to understand the water itself. Then looking and understanding the constructions of the particular area, understanding we might need to kind of have mangroves to kind of look at in this particular case, looking at these sections through this. And then looking at the conclusion is the rebuilding process necessarily needs to be within the existing fabric and prioritize the reduce, reuse, and recycle methodology. The intervention will be an adaptation to facilitate an relatively faster symbiosis of existing natural systems with development. That is the coastal infrastructure. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Anuj, I'll ask the question which I asked everybody. Yes. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
Did you have a follow-up proposal? Did you submit?
Yes, sir. I did have a follow-up proposal. I looked at looking at the landscape resource for Mumbai region and changes with the context of impacting alterations in its association with systems it is highlighted in the study. The study would be looked into under widening this understanding through a series of blogs, graphics, presentations, talking to the local governments, talking to the BMC officials about these situations that are at hand. So as I mentioned, for the transact study, the smaller transact would be looked at. Also, as part of my research, when I kind of was doing my research, I came across the various softwares, specifically Mike 21 and Mike 21 3, which kind of looks at the ebbs and flows of the deposition factor as well as the ebbs and flows of water. So that would be looked into detail as to how this has impacted the bay for the Mumbai, the bay, Mahim Bay that I spoke about, and also in case of a scenario where the coastal road coming up along the other edge, how it would impact these fishing villages, and how I could kind of foolproof my design proposals based on this software.
Okay. I'm looking at the jury now. Liesl, Claudio, Anybody has a question? Anita, I can't see, but I don't know where she is. But Diesel or Claudio, Anita, anybody has a question? Nobody?
I can. You had a very comprehensive presentation with an incredible quality of your analysis and spatial representation, which was very impressive. But you were overambitious about what you had to show and the time available, which compromise your presentation. You speak about retrofitting coastal infrastructure and a huge coastal area of Mumbai, and this highway or let's say
Hello.
Can you put your slide number 29, Anuj?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, just project that. Because that's the yes. Okay, carry on. Please. Sorry, Claudio.
Yeah.
Claudio?
I think Claudio is he's frozen.
Okay. Okay. I think
we've lost the connection with him.
I'll pose a question. Actually, Anuj, you talk about a whole lot of things, but somehow I had a feeling that in your design things don't sort of. It's a very interesting topic. I know it's keeping Mumbai very busy. It's a very hot topic. And I think something needs to be done, and that infrastructure will obviously create a lot of problem for the coastal edge in terms of ecology, but also the people who live there and all sorts of things. But I somehow have a feeling that you didn't get down finally to taking an area and solving it. You showed that Bandra area, but that has already been realized, isn't it? I mean, this particular area where you're showing the infrastructure going further south along the coast, this you have not detailed out further, have you?
Yes, I have only looked at the reclamation part, which is along the coastal road, the Bandra Valley ceiling itself. Because I kind of divided my design proposal in two parts, looking at the smaller interventions along the coast here, because it already has these popular promenades which the entire city uses, not only the Bandrites, the entire city comes and uses these promenades. So rather than kind of looking at changing this, I looked at how the retrofitting of this would help. So these would be the small scale interventions, which again also benefit the indigenous community that are along this particular edge itself here. Then, as part of my kind of a larger understanding of kind of a bolder, if one could say, that expression is how I would kind of put these kind of break this entire reclamation and allow for say an interaction where people understand how the water does play and how it kind of completely looks at. So I kind of made these levees around it. So it's not more like a garden, it's more like a walk around these this entire stretch, and the water comes and goes, and people are respectful of the high tide and low tide, and it allows, because what is happening is we forgetting our own resource that we have is that we are in an island itself. If you look further ahead, the rivers we kind of completely disregarded. So in this case, it was an ambitious approach, kind of looking at how one could look at this particular edge of the Bandra reclamation. But however, there are these smaller pockets also which I could have looked at. But yes, you're right. I was over ambitious with how much I could do.
That's okay. Claudio, sorry, but you had frozen a little bit, so
I know.
Claudio? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, my question was basically that I did not see or hear you speaking about the impact of this intervention on climate, since we're speaking about a cross-cutting issue of the thematic DAIDA word is climate change. So
Yeah.
This has a huge impact, and I didn't hear you speaking about it. Did I miss it?
Maybe because I'll kind of come back to that in terms of the idea of kind of allowing for a low nature-based solution was to protect the edge here, so in a way that it would lessen the impact of the increasing number of cyclones along the coast here. Also, what it does is, because there are two hills, so if this is one hill and there is another hill here, so a lot of during as we also presented that the precipitation has also increased. So we are not only get affected by these storm surge from here, but we also can get worried with terms of the water flowing down from these hills. So in such cases, allow for kind of built up of smaller ponds, tanks here, which kind of act as a dual nature for the artisans to kind of work with. The artisan fishing villages to work with, and kind of allow for the water to slowly drain down, as opposed to kind of flooding the low-lying areas along the edges.
You know, I'm sorry, but I think some of your things which you're telling us now could have been very simply graphically illustrated.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Do you understand? Like, this drawing contains all these lines, but these lines actually are not that important. What is important is what you're now talking about. Okay, like there are so many lines that you hardly see the contours of the hills. So there is a sort of I think the selection of information which you're passing across. The topic is interesting, but somehow it's not coming across well enough. But Lisa, do you have any question? Anything? Yeah, I mean, if we don't, we can carry on.
No, I don't have direct questions, but I think that the analysis and sort of the danger that Mumbai is in was very clearly illustrated in the first few slides, and the case was stated quite, the problems that are there were quite well. You looked at those quite well and sort of could. The whole problem of climate change and what that means for Mumbai, you made very clear in your analysis.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, then we will go to the next one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a moment. So now we will go to Ankit. Can I announce the next one? Yes. So now we will go to another thesis from Catholic University Leuven. Actually, the only university from which 2 theses got selected for the shortlist. And this one is being done by 2 people together. So I don't know how they will present, but Valerian Portocalis and Xenia Tompu, they will together present the master's program, the thesis for the Master of Urbanism, Landscape and Planning. So welcome.
Hello, hello.
Thank you. So good evening also from our side, and thank you for having us in this very special and international context. We are Xenia and Valerian, as we said, both architects and recently urbanists, having graduated from the Master of Urbanism, Landscape and Planning at the KU Leuven in Belgium. In that context, and under supervision of Professors Kelly Shannon and Bruno de Mulder, we developed the research and design work we will share with you in the following minutes. We will speak to you about riparian allegories, or how Athenian riverscapes can act as climate-adaptive urban figures. And we'll start by briefly give you a bit of context for the city of Athens, where our case is located. So Athens, capital city of Greece, owes much to its historical past and the symbolic strength of the mythical landscape it is embedded. Only the rediscovery of ancient glory in the early 19th century would give it the spark to develop into a major population center of more than 4 million up to this day. And soon its mythical past came to face urban realities of the 21st century. The city was and is enclosed in a strong geographical figure, a basin surrounded by mountains, opening up to the sea southwards, interspersed with culturally significant hills and a very dense hydrological network comprised of seasonal streams confluent in two main river systems, Kifisos River on the west and Lissos River on the east. Explosive urbanization of the contemporary city, which came in several waves during the last century, would soon result in asphyxiating conditions for its natural substrate and an impaired landscape functioning. For the scope of this research, especially interesting is what happened to this dense hydrological network, which was massively eradicated over the years, meaning channeled, piped, or filled up. As for example, we can see also the capping of the main river of Kifisos by a highway not so long ago, around the year 2000. This brings us directly to this year's themes of climate change, which we discuss in this panel, where inherent and accumulated deficiencies transform into alarming conditions as we are entering an era of climate urgency also in the urban context, that is an urban code red. Metropolitan Athens finds itself confronted with its fallacies, here showcasing just two out of many issues. Open green space deficit contrasted by an excessive ceiling of grounds, especially in underprivileged western parts of the city. And there comes a climate crisis, further amplifying these existing threats. And we explore the main issues through climate data and projections, which you can see on the left, which are also spatialized on a map on the right. So extreme heat days are expected to double, amplifying an already severe urban heat island effect, stretching over large parts of the basin. Intrinsically linked to this is drought and massive wildfires, minimizing peri-urban forests, endangering equally human and non-human lives. Trends show already an increase in extreme precipitation events, leading to flood hazards, especially along formations and the low-lying floodplain of Kifisos River. Together with all sorts of pollution, these compile an alarming future, exacerbating historic social disparities and putting deprived populations at a cumulative disadvantage, also raising questions of environmental justice in this context. What is further to highlight here as well is that the water figure transects major hotspots and thus could potentially address large parts of the issues raised above. In that sense, we were led to think of the water figure as a mechanism for the climate adaptation of the city, but also an opportunity to re-establish systemic landscape functioning and combine it with new spatial archetypes for open spaces. A reading of landscape functioning along with urban realities and social needs unveiled strategic areas on a metropolitan scale to reconfigure the disrupted water cycle through robust green-blue infrastructural commons. Upstream, central, and downstream locations are mobilized in an adaptation strategy, programming landscape infrastructures as the promoters of climate equity. Main design case study is the flooding mosaic of Eleonas, a vision for the recovery of the floodplain of Kifisos, where interventions envisioned a comprehensive system of water retention, reuse, and remediation. Eleonas, meaning olive grove, an 11 square kilometer brownfield in the midst of the city, is the topographically defined floodplain of Kifisos River. Its industrialization and subsequent decline render it a field in dire need of both a social and ecological reconstruction. It used to accommodate the historic olive grove of the Athenian plain, being the only fertile ground in an otherwise arid land. This agricultural past inherits a peculiar agrarian pattern, still traceable today, although deprived of its wetness, with the water flow being confined in a massive, hard-engineered channel underneath a highway. A thorough historical mapping combined with fieldwork unveiled a multitude of successive riverbeds throughout the plain, a braided structure as opposed to the contemporary single-engineered flow. The same agrarian patchwork, industrialized, then by and large abandoned, left very few reminiscence of vegetation, but mostly large, impervious, sealed, yet unbuilt surfaces, laying out the canvas for potential transformation processes. And the same agrarian patchwork, another canvas, is laid out by the mosaic of ownership, with large plots belonging to stakeholders of the broader public sector, intertwined with existing green spaces or a terrain bag.
So overcoming the predominant narrative of the single engineered flow, we counterpose the reformulation of the floodplain through a threefold water system. The site is envisioned as a flooded mosaic, a kidney of sorts, retining and gradually treating stormwater runoff, setting the scene for new productive programs. Existing productive and commercial facilities are carefully grouped into urban terraces and clusters, leaving room for water flows, while buildings worth maintaining, together with acupunctural new buildings and programs, are dispersed in between the transforming landscape. Hybrid productive and forest figures complement the weaving together of landscape and urbanism, systematically yet erratically growing back the growth at a radical scale. The long-term vision for Eleonas lies on the very idea of keeping, redistributing and reusing water, amounting up to 8% of the water use on city scale, by incrementally transforming the existing mosaic in what would be a socially grounded, multifunctional and inhabited growth. The proposed design is one of many potential outcomes in a long-lasting process of transformation which can anticipate and accommodate for change. For this particular scenario, we delved into 4 exemplimentary cases on an urban design scale. We will show here in an overview. Each of them represents a distinct instance of the condition of water. And in terms of method, in all 4 of them, sculpting of topography, adjusting water flows and enriching vegetation guide the local configuration of this particular peculiar metropolitan park. In the channel grove, the massive sealing of grounds serves as potentially floodable park. Primary water treatment is performed through aerated channels that delineate urban terraces and productive orchards. The infrastructure grove tackles the repurposing of the culvert underneath the highway as sedimentation tank for primary treatment of western tributaries, while water is gradually discharged into arrays of phytoremediation that penetrate amidst the industrial clusters, created unexpected public spaces. At the urban grove, the collection of rain and grey water of the surrounding neighborhoods is performed into collective cisterns, forming public squares on top as an urban edge. Intense afforestation complements an already traceable green fringe between the grove and the central parts of the city. In downstream locations, furthermore, the potentially most fertile part, the braided grove, large unsealed areas covered by sports fields and empty grounds are radically re-envisioned as a productive landscape, combining community-supported agriculture schemes and new forms of agro-urban living. And in that sense, in order to get from today's condition and the modus operandi as shown or as illustrated on the left image, to the one on the right, or more precisely to new hybrid forms mediating between them, we must search for ways to bring the unthinkable in common perception, long-term vision into the discourse of today. And this led us to the follow-up proposal, which is obviously work in progress. But the general idea is the collection of existing yet scattered material, ideas, and knowledge at the subsequent dissemination into public discourse. This is reflected by the 2 phases of the follow-up proposal. The first one starting now and going on for at least a year, where the collection happens and coalition with active groups of civil society can be formed. And this is then to call an open-ended atlas of possibilities, which can act as big book of sorts to approach bigger and more strategic players and stakeholders, eventually launching phase 2. Here it's all about getting the word out and ideas to a wider public and local communities simultaneously. It's a 2-folded process of fostering awareness on one side through a multitude of public events and establishing precedents on the other side through pilot projects, focusing on capacity building on a local scale. So this will be undoubtedly a long-lasting endeavor, but we hope to be persistent enough to endure and in the long run make the riparian allegories we're presenting into some kind of riparian realities. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Valerian and Xenia. interesting study, also very interesting design interventions. I have a question before I give it to the other jury members. The existing functions which are there on the site which you have taken, those are either, I mean, the typical larger scale urban functions, is it not? These are industrial functions. You also showed a sports accommodation, etc. So you have basically, and the new functions which you suggest are either related to landscape, refurbishment, water, and smaller urban fabric, which suggested residential or something like that to me. So have you basically considered that almost all the existing functions will have to be removed from there in due time?
Shall I start?
Yeah, start.
Okay. So this side is what we would call like a NIMBY, not in my backyard. So over the last years, of the last decades, actually, it comprised all activities that the city would like to push away, meaning heavy industry at some point, which was eventually relocated and gave room for logistic activities to occur, which are now also leaving the space because of transportation concerns. So right now there is room for investment, and it's not by luck that it's one of the real estate hotspots right now, because land is cheap, and yes, projects are actually occurring.
I understand. So indeed, redevelopment takes place once things start going worse, right? So it is at that stage. So redevelopment will have a chance. Okay. One more question. This thing, you are doing a lot with grading the soil, digging out, creating places for water. Is the place contaminated or not?
Yes, it is. It is because mostly, I mean, there are also a lot of industrial complexes which are just abandoned. So they also have like all the contaminated soil which would go hand in hand with their functioning. Plus, there are also like a lot of scrap yards and uses like that are, some of them are still functioning, some are relocated or cease to be functioning. But in any case, yes, the first stage, that's why also we tried to give this kind of incremental feeling somehow with the few drawings we were showing. But the first stage must be exactly also this decontamination of the soils and reestablishing of some kind of healthy substrate. Yeah.
No. So both Liesel and me, we have done a lot of design work with redevelopment of these sort of areas. So phasing is very important. So it's good that you have taken that into account. I'll leave it to the other jury members to ask the questions. I find it very interesting. Yes. Liesel or Claudio?
Liesel, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the phasing. What makes this extra complicated is that in the phasing, you also want to sort of gradually bring the water, to the surface and make that more visible. Except that you have to bring the water that's upstream to the surface first before you can bring the water downstream to the surface. So that's sort of an extra complication in a brownfield redevelopment. Or have you sort of thought of a way to work around?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because we started.
Do you understand my question?
Yeah, sure. Because I mean, we started from the metropolitan scale. We did not first jump into this area directly. So we started on the big scale, and we tried to understand the logics of the upstream to downstream. And so it goes. It is very important, obviously, that there are also upstream strategies and downstream strategies, and this is this kind of in between. The thing is that here, because it's the most low-lying field of the basin, it's not only that existing flows, which are still flowing because they're culverted or capped, but they're still there, the water is still there, are coming together there, but also a lot of, for example, all the main sewage lines of the city go through this area, or many other artificial networks water networks go through this area. So that what we are also led to think is about sewage mining opportunities or grey water use. So establishing also alternative ways and seeing grey water also as a resource. And this would be a strategical area where this could kind of happen, because it is this kind of collector of urban water in any sense somehow.
Yeah, but it's topography.
Yeah. Maybe this gives you I mean, because the idea is that that's why we also that those riparian allegories were using this word as that they the symbolic strength of those back then rivers can be also something that will be then applied actually over the whole metropolitan context. And I guess this is very, very important. For example, one of our important references was the city of Zurich with the Bach concept, where they really applied it in very small, even very small projects, but on a large extent. And so maybe those kind of strategies have to complement on such a big intervention. Yeah, I hope I can give it.
Okay, yeah, that's clear. Just one other question about your follow-up project. You were talking about making an atlas for possibilities. Is that then just for this site, for Elioras, or is the atlas of possibilities for, are you thinking of pulling that over the rest of Athens?
I think it's more about the metropolitan scale and the metropolitan effect of this way of thinking and the possibilities that can rise from an alternative view on those water courses.
That's also because a lot of, for example, we indicated few of those civil society groups that are already active. They are active in all kind of areas of the basin and of the city. So the idea is to really collect and bring them together and curate all this effort that is made somehow, and edit this kind of effort that is made on the whole metropolitan context, and try to stimulate a shift of perception of how things are done. Because till now we are bringing water from 200 kilometers away in massive infrastructure, and the water which is falling on our heads in precipitation is sent away the quickest possible out of the basin into the sea in all kind of polluted situation. So we figure out that there needs to be this kind of shift of thought and approach, which can be made through this kind of metropolitan effort somehow.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Claudio, any questions?
Well, first of all, congratulations for your very thorough, analytical and graphically very rich representation, which made it very easy to follow your thinking and the strategies. So well done on that. I liked the approach you took to look at the water courses and bringing them to life into town as a way to respond to what you brought in the beginning, the increasing urban heat waves that are happening in the city. And you looked at the data. So it was interesting to see how you built the argument. One would not think so. It calls my attention to Seoul. I don't know if you know the river intervention there. I bring some examples of Seoul in Korea because I've been working there during my time in UN Habitat. Every year I went there like 3 or 4 times. And I was very impressed by their monitoring. When they brought the river, they tore down the highway that was there and everything else, but they monitor, and they were really showing with strong data evidence that the temperature were decreasing during summertime in the areas where the river was there, and humidity and all that. So I thought it's a design climate adaptation mitigation intervention that you you very smartly connect the dots there with this zooming in those areas. And I share little concern, which is, we're talking about an intervention that comes from upstream to downstream. So this needs to be very well thought through, especially about the densities that we have in Athens, and you will have to cross through that. And but interesting, and I like as well the follow-up on the atlas of possibilities, where you could explore very much on how cities could deal with the water courses, because in the past the engineering dominated the solution, just cover everything and put the cars, and they never thought about the future. So we now having to demolish all these things and bring back river. So it's an interesting area of work if you specialize on that.
Yes. Okay, I think we are almost through the time. So thank you so much, both of you. Compliments.
Thank you so much.
Well explained, to the point. The cover was beautiful too. It's just simply those graphic lines, contour lines, which just show the contours of the city, and graphically very well put. But I think your university generally seems to, because we have had, this is the third year that we have had students from your university, and KU Leuven has a particular way of graphically doing things. Just last time we had I think the second prize or third prize winner, also beautiful drawings, besides a good narrative, but graphically very well presented. Yes, thank you. So let's go to the last presentation of today. Ankit, can I? Yes. Okay. So we'll now go to the last presentation of today, which is by Sajad Ahmed from the School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi, India. It's his thesis for the Master of Landscape Architecture. Sajad, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, yeah. Good evening, all. It's a pleasure to present my master's program thesis before you. So the project site, Vanjikulam, is located in the city of Thrissur, which is located in Kerala. It is the southernmost state of India, bordering the Arabian Sea. This tropical city is a prominent commercial center in Kerala and is also known as the cultural capital of Kerala. The city was established in the 7th century, and in 1800s, it became the capital of the Kingdom of Cochin. Even when there was other port cities like Muziris and Cochin, an inland area like Thrissur became the capital of this Cochin kingdom is an interesting question. These are because of the inland navigation and canal system that existed in Kerala, connecting the different places. Kerala is well known for its lush backwaters and wetlands. The project site Vanjikulam is actually an extension of the cold wetlands. So what are these cold wetlands? They are generally the low-lying tracts of land which are generally lying 0.5 to 1 meter below the sea level. And the Thrissur Panani cold wetlands is spread across in an area of 11,500 hectares. The important thing about the wetland is that they are the most effective carbon sinks in the planet, and they store more carbon than any other ecosystem on the planet. At the same time, on the downgrade, the degradation of these wetlands releases these stored carbon back into the atmosphere, which is a common thing that is happening all across Kerala. So in the proposed 2031 master plan, the project site is delineated as Elegant City, where 55% of the land would be must be reserved for water features or recreational facilities or water treatment areas. And the rest of the 45% of the land could be developed into an IT or commercial center, which means this site is going to get destroyed. This has brought about severe criticism over the master plan, and it is in this scenario the authorities decided to relook into it. Apart from all this, the canal navigation aspect, which made what the Thrissur city what it is today, is completely neglected and is completely forgotten. And there is no plan to revive this. This is the 45-acre project site, which has an area of which has a railway line which is passing through the center of the site, and it is bifurcating the site into two. Towards the north is the commercial zone, and towards the southeast is the mixed use development, and towards the southwest is the coal wetlands. These are a couple of snaps from the site. The weeds, you can see the weeds overgrown, the canals, the untreated drainage entering the site and polluting it. So now I will skip to the analysis, and I will just come to the synthesis. So the site is divided into two by the railway line, which creates several environmental issues and challenges. This naturally low-lying terrain acts as a natural drainage basin for the entire city, and the site is almost flat, and during monsoon it almost gets flooded. And another issue is the untreated drains that are entering the site and polluting it, and because of the same reason, the paddy cultivation in the immediate vicinity of the site has been abandoned for some long time. Socioculturally, the site is different communities like that of the farmers, boat makers, fishermen, traders and porters, and different communities used to settle down along this area. The cultural celebration after the harvesting seasons like that of the Theyyam Thira also happens in these areas, and their requirements for these cultural celebrations also need to be taken into account. So after the aim of the after the analysis and a program was devised, the aim of the program was to create a landscape development plan for this zone, rejuvenating the Vanjikulam waterways and preserving the existing ecology and enhancing it, and thereby creating a new public realm for the Thrissur city. After this synthesis, the site was zoned into three, where there is this developed zone towards the north, which is completely dedicated for the community, and a visitor zone which will have a limited access and controlled activities, and a restricted zone which will be completely dedicated for the ecology. The prime objective of the program was to ensure overall sustainability of the development. The kind of responses mainly include ecological responses, which were a kind of softening of the canal edges to create landscape spaces like landscape slopes, guards, landscape promenades areas. And sponge design solutions were majorly used, and biosails were used to treat the drains that are entering the site. And a buffer system was introduced to mitigate the impact of the railway line. Regarding the connectivity and circulation, the west side of the site was developed into a promenade with a dedicated pedestrian bicycle line, and the vehicular activity were mostly restricted to the periphery. And the ponds, the waterways will have floating docks for the navigational activities. And now coming to the design, so the pond on the northwest is treated as a developed zone, which will have public spaces like that of the information center, seating areas, guards, and shelters, bond docks, amenities, ticketing, etc. And as we move further down, this entire area has been dedicated for the nature park, where the entry and activities will be limited. A pedestrian trail will take the user to the rest of the site, and one along the riparian edges. So the site has been graded in such a way that the low-lying depressions will be further developed into a wetland area, and the existing the teak trees will be conserved and will be protected as a teak forest. a pedestrian bridge will take the user to the further south of the site, and this area towards the southern part it's the highermost part of the site, which is beyond the flood lines. And so here the educational activities has been proposed, and interpretation center is provided over here, overlooking these marshy lands. And towards the other side, the entire site has been dedicated for the neighborhood community, and the depressions at which is below the flood lines will be treated as sponge spaces, which would be allowed to flood during the monsoons, and post monsoon these will be dewatered into the canal, and this entire area could be utilized for the communities for their celebrations, for their cultural festivals and all. And beyond the flood lines, there will be spaces like the amphitheater, the open gym areas, and the multi-purpose sports and the picnic lounge, etc. These are a couple of sections that I have proposed for this space. So the section showing the commercial street edge and the different cycling but pedestrian lanes and the rain shelters. These are the interpretation center overlooking the marshy wetland area. This is again the promenade section showing the promenade area, and this is the buffer system that has been designed to mitigate the impact of the railway line. This is another couple of other sections. So locally available sustainable materials has been mostly used, and the material finishes were chosen in order to maximize the comfort of the user. And material palette is mostly natural, which these materials are mostly locally available in Kerala. And apart from the colored asphalt road, which is used as the bicycle lane, which creates a contrast within the site. And the planting policy, these are the trees are conserved wherever it is possible, and the existing vegetation is strengthened. And planting has been the shrub planting has been done in layers according to the depths, and the energy efficient lighting system has been devised, and mostly LED lights wherever it is possible has been incorporated into design. And this is the drainage strategy where the shading of the site has been in such a way that the water the runoff from the site has been channelized into these depressions. This is a couple of details and a couple of views. View of the terrace gardens and the view of the coconut trail along the pedestrian pathways, view of the meadows, view of the pavilions, and these are the main pond and the grand steps leading to the water feed. So the promenade with the coal wetlands on the sides is the developed zone, the information center and kiosks. View of the promenade area. Yeah. So with that, I will end my presentations. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Sajat, thank you for the presentation. You have given all the candidates the possibility to explain if they had also submitted a follow-up program. If you had, take a minute.
Apparently, no.
If you did not, we will just skip that and go to the Q&A.
Yeah, apparently I haven't done any follow-up programs.
Fine, then we'll just go to the next one. So now we'll go to the Q&A. I have a question before I ask other jury members.
Yeah, sure.
By itself, there seems to be something contradictory about the fact that there's a railway line with a lot of these lines coming together and putting a nature park next to it. So
yeah.
So was this a given, or did you decide in your thesis to do it? I mean, I know you wanted to do something with the water, that I can understand. I can also understand some other ecological thing, but to call it a nature park somehow so close to the railway line, there seems something contradictory to me.
Yeah, well, apparently it's a live project, at least part of it, towards the northern part, which has been taken up by an architect in Thrissur, which is the DD Architects. So they are developing in the pond area towards the northeast. Well, and
the smaller parcel on the east side of the railway line, is that right?
On the west side, actually.
On the west side, oh.
Yeah, and the promenade area.
Okay.
But at the same time, there is the proposal for the nature park, but the stakeholder being the Thrissur municipality, which has a lot of limitations in terms of the funding, in terms of the since the master plan has already been put forward by and also already been approved by the authority. So it's a contradiction which has been
you have just taken that as a starting point and carried further. Okay, thank you. Okay. Claudio.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, thank you for your presentation and a clear presentation and good images which explain sort of what you are trying to create design-wise. In the beginning, we asked that right at the beginning of this afternoon, we asked that you in your presentation that you also say sort of how it's what does this project do for underprivileged people in cities? You know, how does it contribute to uplifting underprivileged people? Could you just tell us something about that?
Yeah, sure. Of course. Well, Kerala is an agrarian society which mainly depends on the farming and agricultural activities, and so since the development of the Vanchikulam area, many communities, mainly the fishermen, the farmers, the boat makers, the porters, and all people who were much kind of who were related to these coal wetlands were settled in the vicinity of the site. So apparently the city drains that are entering the site has been polluting the coal wetlands, and because of which the paddy cultivation in the immediate vicinity of the site has been abandoned. And as you can see, I have yeah, so this is the geomorphology of the site over the years from the 2001 to 2021. So it's been laying idle for some long time, even before that, because I don't have the imagery for that. And it is the reason for that being the pollution of the wetland and the nearby areas. So because of the same reason, these communities are because of the same reason, the communities are not having their livelihood any longer in this area, and they are settling elsewhere. And these traditional craftsmanship like the boat making and the other pottery works and stuff like that are also disappearing. So it is an attempt to rejuvenate the wetlands and to provide a better condition for the local community.
Okay.
Okay.
Claudia or Anita, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Claudia, anything specific?
No.
Okay.
He answered the question I had. Was related to the comments of Lizzo. Thank you.
Okay. Well, then, Sayat, thank you so much. And thank you to all the other participants who have today presented. With this, we come to the end of today's shortlisted presentations. So all the 10 we have presented. Now, I think we as jury will have a task to go through it and come with our winners. And they will be announced on the 28th of February. But I think via the website, which you have been following, and Mithali, who has been in touch with you, you will be made aware of that. And we as jury members will separately and maybe together congregate, decide how the prize money of €20,000 will be distributed. Thank you, all of you, for presenting, and keep your fingers crossed. The subjects are very, very different. So it's also a difficult thing for us to do. But in the early years, we have always managed to do something and felt okay with the decision which we took at the end. So this time also we'll come with something. And thank you once again. Thank you, Claudio, Anita, and Liesel for being there right through this grueling sessions, long session. And Ankit and Mitali, thank you for guiding us through this. Thank you so much, Ankit and Mitali.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
luck.
Good luck.